We're finally here, folks. You are watching the PUBG Mobile South Asia Championship 23 Spring Split. As we have reached upon the second stage from the Pro Leagues, where we had a lot of teams participating in the South Asian region, and then we had a few teams from the Pakistani region, and finally everybody unites in this ultimate showdown, which is going to be spanning for the next 2 weeks. And I'm here. I'm going to be your host. Pix is joined along with Shadow. And, well, Shadow, it had been quite a memorable finals that we just cast a few days ago. Now, heading on to the South Asian Championships, how excited are you?
Oh, I'm super excited. Like you said, all the different regions are uniting together, especially how Pakistani region is going to cope up with the aggression which the Mongolian teams were bringing in. I'm super excited to see, especially against I8 from the side of Pakistan region. Then we have 3x also. But talking about the roadmap, we did start off with PMPL South Asia 2023, where one team came by in-game voting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that all aside, we just have to cover the basics over here, right? So what has happened is from the PMPL SA23, we had 12 teams coming in, making it to the SA Championship, right? And along with that, we have 8 more teams from the Pakistani region heading in along with them. So 20 teams will be participating. The winner gets a slot at the World Invitational. As you can see, the format is right in front of you, right? The group stages are from the 4th to 7th of May. We've got 20 teams. Everybody is divided into 5 groups. We've got 16 matches per team that they will have to be playing, and from the 11th to 14th we will be having the grand finals. And what are we fighting for is the whooping prize pool of $150,000, out of which the winner gets 26,000, and so on it reduces. And we also do have $1,000 set aside for the MVP as well.
Well, that's a lot on stakes. And how do you earn that prize money? By getting those points. And we have seen a major change in the point structure during the last PMPL. So yes, definitely the first place is going to get 10 points, second gets 6 points, third gets 5 points, and keep on reducing. The main thing is the aggression, because for every elimination you are going to get 1 point each.
And there you have it, all the groups in front of you. So the 5 groups in front of us, let us know in the chat, which do you think is the group of death? Because I feel they're quite evenly divided, and every single match we will of course be having 4 groups playing, so one has to sit one out. But yes, I mean, Stalwart, they've had such an amazing run, and then you bring in Aegon I8 also. I really want to see these big dogs going up against each other. Can't really rule out MABETEX or even for Medical Vibes. They're also amazing. As we're taking a look at the squad roster in front of us, Aegon I8, we've got the same old boys, Uzum, IQ, Blade, then we've got Falak, and then we've got Ghost. So I'm kind of interested to see who the playing for will be from this particular squad.
Well, certainly, Aganex I8, they had a fantastic run in PMPL Pakistan, and so did the players of Regicide. Regicide was the team that was capitalizing on those elimination points. Then we have the players of Magnus Esports, again the same lineup: Drolin, Finisher, Zibian, Zen, Faster, and 420 Boev. Drolin and Zibian were definitely the most aggressive one from the side of Magnus Esports. Then we have 7th Element, Quantum Rage, and TUF. TUF, they just qualified for the SAC, so I hope this time they do step up.
In fact, me too, right? I am gonna be hopeful that they do, in fact, because all these teams, like we've seen in the South Asian PMPL, they were getting there. Some were really recovering their form. I think we remember how good Raw played towards the end, just barely managing to qualify. As we take a look at Group D's teams, we've got DRS, MABETEX, then we've got T2K and IHC Esports as well. As we move on ahead towards Group E, we've got Illuminate Crew, Leo Esports, Highvoltage DC, and Raw Official. So as you can see, we had sort of segregated all the Pakistani teams. We showed the groups first, and then we went on towards the South Asian team. So regardless, finally we get to see that culmination happening. South Asian teams that include teams from Mongolia, Bangladesh, and Nepal, along with the Pakistani teams as well. They had a separate PMPL. Aegonite I8 was amazing, but this time, we will be on the lookout for few other teams also that have shown a lot of potential.
Well, certainly they have, and at the same time, I am excited to see where these teams are going to drop in, because I know 2 teams like dropping in towards the side of military base. So let's see whether they are going to change their drop or we are going to witness an early fight. But looking at the team comparison, Againx I8 was the winner of PMPL Pakistan. On the other side, Stalwart Esports, they were so very consistent and impressive during PMPL.
Oh yeah, I mean, to bring in both these teams, Stalwart Esports, I don't know if I can agree with you on the fact that they were quite consistent. The last day is where they kind of, the last 2 days, I think that's where they kind of really bounce back in. But yeah, eyes will definitely be on them, and not just that, Stalwart Esports. I still remember, that chicken dinner that Nirzet got them, and in that final showdown in Miramar, they kind of secured their victory, but it was so close, right, Shadow? Imagine we were doing all our maths. It came down to the wire, it came down to the final game. Anybody could have been the winner, but Stalwart, I think this is where experience really comes into play, and that is where and that is how they managed to outdo themselves. But for Aegon I8, even the battle was tough this time. So many competitors, but they did prevail supreme. Now, of course, they've won the respective PMPLs. Now, would be the clear hot favorites to perform well in this one also. But, there can be only one winner. And for the Pakistani teams and for their fans, I think Aegon I8, then you're going to be looking even for the likes of Magnus. We've got 52 Esports. A lot of these teams have been going on the rise, right? And a lot of these teams have been getting that global recognition as well. And hopefully, this time in the World Invitational, we see at least that one Pakistani team up there. And going on forward to the schedule. So we've got the first match to be played in Erangel. Then the second's going to be in Miramar. Then another Erangel. So just one Sanhok throughout the day, and we are going to be ending things with Erangel only. So as you can see, the one highlighted, that's the one in E, which is written in the first match. So Group E is going to be sitting out the first game. Then in the next one, we have got Group D sitting it out. And when we move on to the third, we've got Group C sitting out, and so on forth.
Well, definitely. We have 3 Erangels. That means the OG map, which every team is so familiar with. They know the geography of Erangel so very well. So, yes, this is a great chance to have a very good head start, good momentum on the day number 1 itself. Because Erangel, definitely, you are going to play your best game. And you can test the waters. You can approach the game very slowly. And if you have already a good buffer in the standings, day 2, you will feel much more confident.
Oh, you certainly will be. I mean, that kind of just calms down your nerves, because group stages you're going in, and initially it's going to be about just heading on to charter the different waters that we have. What are we going to expect and what not to? What I'm going to be expecting is a drop clash, right? Right at the military base. It's going to be for medical vibes. And Aegon I8, I do not know what if any of the team has kind of decided to take the higher road and go somewhere else. But before we have things started, I think it's a perfect time. We can make a few predictions, just hope that it's right. And along with us, you can do that as well. So I'm going to start off with Shadow, as always. Shadow, tell me, who do you think is going to take this in the bag?
I'll go with NB Esports, just because NB Esports, they could have become the champion in the PMPL SA, and Stalwart Esports in the last game, they stepped up and got the chicken dinner for themselves. So NB Esports might be looking for a very good start.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to feel bad for NB Esports just a little bit, right? But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go with, let's say, somebody like IHC. Alright, I feel that this could be one of those games where IHC starts with a shabang. Because for Stalwart Esports, I mean, I know they've got this usual routine to first make us feel a little scared, have a little bit of that anxiety set in, and that's when they start getting those points. So it's barely, I don't really remember when last Stalwart Esports started off with a win. So it's better that way. As long as you qualify, you just have to stay in top 16. You've got 16 matches to do that, and once you do that, you head off to the finals, and then you can aim for that top spot. So for now, I mean, we've made our predictions. Let us know, who do you think is gonna come out swinging in this one, because it just could be anybody.
Certainly, it can be anybody's game. And IHC, definitely, I 100% agree this can be the game, because Erangel has always been a very strong map for the players of IHC during the league plays. Also, IHC and T2K, they used to compete so hard. Either of these teams used to go for the chicken dinner. IHC, so many times they came on the second spot. So yes, IHC on Erangel, they are one of the strongest team, no doubt.
Oh, they certainly are. But here we are out to venture and find out who is going to be the winner of day number one's first game, in fact, in our S Championship. And we've made your predictions. Let us know who do you think is going to be starting this day with a shebang as the flight path trajectory all the way from shelter towards shooting range. Now, this is going to be really interesting because we've got quite a few teams that kind of tend to head down south. So we've got Stalwart. I think they're not going to have any issues going towards Novoripnoi, but for the likes of Medical Vibes and Aegon I8, that is where things get really twisted. And you know what's the most interesting part is that for Medical Vibes and Aegon I8 are in the same group. So that sort of makes things a little bit more interesting. As let's find out if we see few changes from their side, because I don't see anyone dropping down at the Millie base.
Both the teams have backed off. They want to start thing on a very good note. They don't want to take any sort of risk. But maybe there is still a hope that the players of 4MV might go towards the side of military base, because the way they are gliding, maybe they can go for a vehicle towards the side of Ferry Pier or Gatka, grab those vehicles, and then head over to the side of military base. On the other side, Egonix Ayat this time they are going towards northern side, but we have a fight erupting between the players of Raw Officials and 7th Element. The drop collision which you are talking about is already there, and looks like 7th Element, they are the faster one. They already got one knock onto Raw Officials.
Yeah, not the best of start over here at least. We can see already one body falling down. Raw Officials just hoping that they get away, but Illuminate and 7th Element, both these teams, one from the SA, one from the Pakistani region, they might collide against each other. A little bit of a separation already. They kind of have made sure that, you go towards the other side of the snake compound. We're going to be around here. We're not going to mess around. So not a lot of battle has broken off between these two teams, as one of them already decides to retreat pretty early on. But yes, Zodi from Raw will have to take a quick early exit, and not the best of start for Raw Officials, especially considering how they carved their way into the SAC, because you could really feel that, right? We had various narratives. We were kind of wondering if Raw would even make it, and in that final day and the day before that, that's where they kind of started off with the climb and just scratching their way right into that top 12, made it to the SSC, where they've had a really rough start.
Yes, 7th Element, I believe they are playing a risky game. Yes, they were initiating fight on one side with the players of I8. On the other side, they got a knock onto the players of Raw Officials. And maybe the remaining players of Raw Officials could have charged in towards the side of 7th Element. And even in the PMPL Pakistan, that was a problem. 7th Element, they relied on the aggression and they lagged on the placement points. So, but this time, they need to find the balance on the other side. 4MV and Leo Esports, they are also locking horns with each other. And 4MV looks like they have got few good knocks onto Leos.
Alright, so we've got fights happening left, right and center right from the very start. And alright, so two players have already fallen down, and there you go. The second one also goes down as well. So for Medical Vibes, I think I'm not really surprised seeing what they're doing right now. One of those teams, you could say, you could also tell them to be one of the most aggressive teams throughout the entire South Asian region. But, the aggression did not last long, because at a point, teams kind of figured out what they were up to. And for Medical Vibes, kind of ran out of gas towards the grand finals, right? And, they had such a good run during the league stages of the PMPL SA. But things did not work out in their favor. I mean, there were a few good games. I think they still also managed to get one or two chicken dinners. But that was pretty much it. Now, Magnus Esports, they're another one of my favorites from the Pakistan region, right? When you're looking at Zen, Zipion, Trollin, and you've got a new player in the form of Fast 20. So kind of interested to see how he performs. But we also have Quantum Rage and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming locking horns around Yasnaya Pollyanna. And we're going to head soon into that fight. But right now, what Raw is doing, they're just trying to escape from the clutches of the other teams. But little did they know that it's Leo in front of them, who have already lost out on two of their players.
Leo Esports, one of the most unpredictable team in the South Asian region, because Leo Esports, one game they do shine, the second game they start falling, and this time they are not up to a good start. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, Quantum Rage, they have found one knock onto them. might be looking for the confirmation. All these fights are happening because of very first circle, because you have the circle towards a complete southern side, towards military base. So early rotations are coming in, but Leo Esports, they need to be very cautious. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Mafia Ninja has also been taken down by Goku of Quantum Rage. And Quantum Rage, they do have an upper hand. All this commotion is happening towards the side of Yasnia. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, in no time, they have found a revival onto AJ, but Mafia Ninja still bleeding. Now they need to be careful of the rotation coming from the side of Senior. And Halsey and these grenades can be so very deadly fixes for SKYLIGHTZ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're kind of pinned right now. AJ, he's got his position compromised. The nade being flung over at his direction. But Quantum Rage, they exactly know where to attack. But no fear. Showing no fear was hidden. And when he got the right time, the moment, he seized it. And there you have... Oh, that is absurd. That's brutal. As suddenly, the tables have turned. And Quantum Rage are being punished right now for that relentless aggression they were trying to show upon SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. As No Fear, not the best of HP, trying to take a fight against Halsey, was just trying to kind of bob and weave, jump around and try to find a knock on No Fear, but still has taken quite some damage. And there you have it. Just a knock there. Trade did not come through. As a matter of fact, Goku makes it in time just to save his teammate Halsey. But in the process of doing so, Shadow, they lost out on 2 of their players. I do not know if that could have been avoided, but right now we're another fight. All right, we've got IHC with us, and there are a few teams looming nearby, one of which is for Medical Vibes. They've come down to their homes, and seems like somebody has encroached on their property, and this is where they have to figure a way out to take it away from them. So Godless and Refuse are in real close proximity to each other, but now another fight brewing up between Illuminate and Regicide.
And Regicide, they've already lost onto Avenger. They don't have the numbers advantage, but Noki finds a beautiful knock onto Sky, who was trying to regroup with his teammates, and Nova X's position has also been compromised, but Noki needs to be a bit cautious as Viper comes in with an AKM. Beautifully takes him down, but the retaliation trade is already there. Viper is down. Waz is trying to retaliate, get the confirmation. Now only 2 men remaining. Roshan from that broken wall takes another man down from the side of IA. That is going to be Warface. That means Nova X is in some real trouble, and I believe he doesn't have enough medkits or first aid in his hands. There is no chance he can go for the rescue mission onto his fallen comrades. And Baz with the grenade might be looking for that last confirmation onto the last player of I8. Already Regicide going for the revivals onto the fallen comrades. And Noki is again back on his feet. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. But somewhere else on the map, IHC and 4MB are also going up against each other. But Regicide, what a beautiful angle. Through the windows, Roshan takes the last man, and I8 have been eliminated from the lobby.
You know, nice anticipation from the boys from Regicide. I really do not know how this fight suddenly erupted, because, you know, right from the get-go, we are seeing fights happening all over the place. As we take a look at IHC just getting clobbered down. It's for Medical Vibes that are getting over them, as one of their players is being knocked down. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get back up on his feet, as IHC have already lost out on 2 of their players. So not really the best of start. You know, initially decided just to go around a military base, but decided and figured out that was not the right choice, maybe, because Demo still trying to fight it out along with Apex, as now the backup does arrive, and this is where things can go south for Demo if he is not watchful, as he needs to take some cover, needs to find Zol and make sure that he buys enough time for his teammates to kind of regroup and then maybe try and initiate a fight. But for Medical Vibe showing no intention of backing off, as Demo just finds one as the trade comes in, as for Medical Vibes just taking over this place as the last surviving member. Zol remains, and he decides to kind of dash away from here, but especially when you've got Doc around, that is not going to be possible. And certainly we witness NB Esports. They've been dealt with. What happened to them?
Well, TUF happened. They locked horns with a plus of TUF, and TUF annihilated the entirety of NB Esports. But right now, Zoil is a crosshair of Doc over there. And from the moving vehicle, he has been taken down. And IHC, they have been eliminated. And 4MP, they have the entire control of the military base island and good defeat points in their hands. 6 defeat points, already looking very strong. Even the circle fixers this time is favoring the players of 4MB. This is their home ground. This is their territory. They ought to perform really good in this one. Maybe they can go ahead ahead and get a chicken dinner for themselves. On the other side, Raw officials and Leo, they are still in the close proximity.
Oh yeah, especially both these teams after having a little bit of a rough start, I think have managed to kind of just calm down, stable things around, and they realize that it's better not to move away from your compound. You've got a good position inside the circle, especially if a zone is down south and it's further shifted down south. This is where I think they could be around the epicenter of the circle. And a lot of these teams would be coming, barging at their doors, knocking, trying to, contest for this territory. And that is where I guess Raw officials will have to win those fights, especially when you are a three-man squad. It's better to always stay on that back foot, right? You do not really have to force out any fights unless and until it's absolutely necessary. So as a result of which, after the first circle, the second circle starting to set in as Nirzed is already getting himself on board. So you've got the players of Highvoltage DC trying to make their way through that bridge, and that is well blocked and well guarded by the players of Stalwart. So Stalwart have ensured that this was a warning shot. They managed to take one down, but this is where Highvoltage DC need to figure a way out, because if you can spot around the map feed, you could see the players of Quantum Rage also trying to close in. So timing is going to be of the utmost importance. And just when we were saying Raw, they had a quite rough start. They lost out on one of their players. But right now, they are situated at the best spot inside the map. What they need to do at this point, Shadow, is hold on to their dear life and just hope that all these teams just trying to get in close, they get eliminated, they just vanish somewhere else, so that they could enjoy, some points in their names. As seventh element, Tokusaurus getting the better out of action, as he won't survive even for a second when the trades are finally seeming to come through for Stalwart Esports.
And I see so very close to the player of 7th element, and he has no idea, but I see he has his eyes somewhere else onto the another player. And 7th element, they are in some trouble, but I see it needs to be a bit cautious about the position of Talkers over there. And 4MV doing a beautiful third party, and 7th element, finally the player steps in and takes down Tops over there. And now instant confirmation will be coming in, but can he save his fallen teammates? Can he save his teammates? Because they are in a sandwich situation where the players of 4MV are already closing in east with the vehicle, close in the distance, looking for the confirmation. Apex is also there, and now there is no chance that 7th element can survive this situation, and they have been eliminated. And looks like 4MV, they are going up against the players of Stalwart Esports, with Zed might be looking for some good knocks, but unfortunately 4MV, they do have good cover, hard cover for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just caught between a rock and a hard place. What could you do if you were 7th element, especially after having such a nice start? When you just take down action, you suddenly have that adrenaline popping in, and then you realize, oops, it's 4 medical vibes from the backlines also that you have to deal with, and that's too much to take. 2 Mongolian teams when one isn't enough. So yeah, I mean, 7th element just falling down on their knees, as now Team TUF, I think, would want some revenge for their Pakistani comrades, as they decide to take fire a few pot shots at the players of Stalwart, but Stalwart seem to just scot away from danger. At this point, how the circle's kind of forming through, we see a lot of these teams kind of trying to find some covers around those edges, around those cliffs, right? This is where, they feel the most safest. Aegon I8 has already done that. We could see Leo already just across the harbor. They kind of, well located along with that T2K as well. But quite some cluster building up around that southeastern side, right? You've got Regicide, you've got the likes of T2K also around them. And then you've got Stalwart somewhere lurking around. I think they're just kind of trying to float and find a good spot. As you can see, another circle shift, and Raw, they are absolutely enjoying their time. But this is where I feel, Shadow, danger might come knocking at their doors.
There is a possibility, but for now, the team who is in the process of TUF M7 are going to be the players of Highvoltage DC, and they're already fighting with the blue, bearing the brunt of the blue, taking a lot of damage, and this time they need to make those quick rotations. But how do they do so? Because TUF, they already have their eyes set, but this time they have a little bit of info onto the players of Quantum Rage as well. They have the upper ground, but they don't have the circle. TUF, they also need to start prioritizing the circle because they are close to 270 meters away from the safe zone. And on the other side, again, I8 and Magnus Esports, they're also making the rotation from the western front. And what just happened? Jiggle, with his own Molotov, knocked himself down, finished himself, in fact. And Cloud is the only player remaining. Maybe they just don't want to give away their elimination point to some other opponent team.
Yeah, I mean, that could be one of those thoughts going around their head. But now, finally, the Giants do collide. Two Mongolians, two of the biggest Mongolian teams that we do have. And Stalwart are trying to get the better out of them. So you've got East already pinned down around those walls as Stock. One of their major fraggers is down on his knees as we find D2K up against Regicide. Now, this is one of those fights that we were really anticipating. And Sandesh delivers. The messenger of death finally strikes as Noki falls down on his knees as he gets wiped out, with Vaz not having the best of HPs. Edgar thought trying to find out another angle as Vaz trying to just scot away from that position. Might take one shot and he is pretty much done. So at this point, Regicide do not have a lot to work with, right? Just two players surviving. It's just Roshan over there. But Edgar, while he was trying to form a different flank around that position, does indeed get taken down by the players of Stalwart. So a lot of things happening around the map as Halsey deciding to charge in at M7's direction. But there you can see Claw from his safe compound spots him out from afar, and now he does the damage. In fact, yeah, the players of TUF would be thankful for what he did. But Quantum Rage, they're quite spread out, and this is where I think for Medical Vibes have a clear idea of where Goku might be, but did not show any intention of trying to take shots in their direction. In fact, they want to get inside the circle with Stalwart, keeping a constant watch at their direction. It's quite difficult for them to enter in, so they kind of have decided to take another route somewhere going around Magnus, and that is where for Medical Vibes need to somehow make sure that they get inside the zone safely.
They have to, but right now, Drolin with a DP28 is already doing too much damage towards the side of our Medical Vibes, and East has been eliminated. Looks like Apex is the only man standing from their side. For how long can he survive? Because on one side, we have Stalwart, on the other side, it's Magnus Esports, and Z, his entire intention towards TUF, where Edgar has been eliminated, but Stalwart, they don't have the numbers, only two men remaining, tops in Nirzet. But we have done what this duo can do. As a two-man army, they are capable of getting a chicken dinner for themselves if they are placed perfectly inside the circle. On the other side, looks like I8, they are also doing a third party towards Magnus Esports, where Drolin has been knocked out by a grenade. Let's see if Against I8 can get the confirmation. All these teams are fighting on the periphery, and the only team, like you pointed out, is inside the center of the circle are the players of Raw officials. They are definitely going for a good placement points.
Yeah, I think, I've got to chew my words because Stalwart Esports, they're on fire. But sadly, have lost out on two of their players. So some early casualties kind of about to hurt them. But Vaz and Roshan have made it, have in fact decided to breach in on where Leo are. Especially if they do not have any idea of where Liquid was. In fact, Liquid gets spotted out by the players of Aegonite. So Goose dishing out all that damage as Zibyan decides to charge in. Tops, the last player surviving, is faster along with him, pushing in tandem as Stalwart Esports. They did start off with a lot of eliminations to their names, but eventually do fall as Magnus have managed to get the squad wiped out. 4 finishes for the Pakistani squad right now. We've got to see how far, or rather how deep, can they go in, as Leo Esports, they had lost out on 2 of their players and were holding on to their life around this harbor. But suddenly, Aegon I8 and Regicide, both the Pakistani teams, have knocked on their doorsteps. Now, this is where Slipknot has to be quite careful because, of course, Liquid had been dealt with. So, it's the final player surviving. His position has not been revealed yet. The moment Aegonite sniff him out, that could just sort of beckon the end for him. But still has managed to get one single knockout there. Does he get the finish though? That's a big question, as Regicide also trying to capitalize on the situation, deciding to push in on towards the warehouse as they hear all that commotion happening.
And yes, definitely, Raw officials are also fighting with the players of Magnus, as Magnus shows on the doorstep. And Raw officials, they have dealt with 2 players, and then third, last player also has been dealt with. And Magnus Esports, after getting 4 elimination, has been eliminated. And Raw officials, they still have the center control and a good compound to their name. They do have a perfect position. 6 teams, 16 players still remaining, where EO Esports, they're left with only 1 player. The only threat Raw officials can face are the players of TUF, but right now they are on the periphery of the circle. So Raw officials looking pretty comfortable, but they don't have enough medkits in their hand. They don't have enough resources in their hands to go for that chicken dinner for themselves. But still, maybe if they manage to get some good loot onto the crates of the opponents, maybe this can be the game. But right now, Againx I8, Falak is charging towards the side of Slipknot. Slipknot does have a DBS in his hands, so he needs to be a bit careful. But this time, Falak is not taking any chance. Maybe through some grenades is going to try and eliminate Slipknot. And on the other side, we have Regicide as well. It's kind of a stalemate situation. And in the waters, I can see the players of T2K as well closing in.
Yeah, they certainly are. But right now, Aegon I8 exercising extreme caution as they all decide to push in together, march in as they know it's the final player alive, and bury him 6 feet under. But right now, at this point, Regicide, I don't know if they have made their presence felt, but T2K, like you said, have already decided to close in. As you can see, Suyog is trying to form a different angle, but still in the waters. I think sort of the contingency plan for them. If everything goes down south, he's going to be the one who tries and survives, while Sandesh and Rig, they do the heavy lifting, because Jade, he's been already knocked out around that watchtower. But at this point, Vaz, he's got that benefit of doubt, right? He can just reposition himself, but Rig, he's gonna try and play with fire. He's gonna try and get his teammate back on foot, as he has been spotted out and now has also been punished for such atrocity. Because around these situations, I would never recommend somebody to try and go for the rest, because you do not know where your enemy is located, and that is how they're kind of digging their own graves at this point.
Difficult situation, desperate measure. That is what happened with the players of T2K, and now Sandesh and Siyog are the only 2 players remaining, where Siyog is a bit far away from Sandesh. If a knock comes through, there is no chance that the players of T2K can help each other. But right now, Falak has closed in a lot of distance towards the side of Regicide, and Roshan has been taken down by Siyok over there. That means was only man standing, and this time Regicide becoming the patty in the sandwich. One side, Againx I8, on the other side, they have the players of T2K not looking good at all. And looks like Raw officials, they are picking fight with the players of TUF, where M7 has been taken down. But maybe there is still a hope for them that a revival can come in. But for Roshan, it's not going to be easy. And Vaz shows himself, takes hefty damage, and somehow was trying to save his teammate, exposed himself, and has been dealt with. Now Regicide, after getting 6 elimination, have been eliminated at the 5th spot. And T2K, well, their position has been compromised, and Falak do have a good angle onto both the players of T2K.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at him at this point, Suyog did not see him coming. It is some bullets right from heaven have been dashed upon him, as Sandesh, the final survivor. T2K, all they could do was come down to this moment, as Aegon I8 fighting for complete control over this harbor area, as Sandesh does manage to take one of those players down, but he's on real low HP, as Sandesh still trying to keep himself alive, where Aegon I8 have decided to take that safer recourse, right? First initiate that revival on one of your teammates, and then maybe go after him, as Falak is trying to provide cover fire from up top. And at this point, Sandesh, what does he do? Where does he go? As he's managed to take down Falak. Now they do not have to worry about threat from above, right? Now he can have his entire attention focused on Ghost and IQ, as still, Sandesh fighting till death, already has dished some massive amount of damage, has taken down 1 player. But that's all he's gonna get, as IQ managing to seal things off from here. But from now onwards, Claw from Raw and all their teammates are gonna march in on towards the compounds. They know right now the iron is hot. This is the perfect time to strike, and that is exactly what they have decided to do. But before they do anything at all, Ghost just gets back to his life and instantly takes 1 player down, as Kansha needs to be really careful, as Aegon I8 trying to revive the remainder of their teammates.
Yes, they are going for the revival, but against IA, they still have an upper edge. They do have majority of the control of the circle on the other side. Raw officials, let's see what's going to happen. Yes, yet a Uta down on the ground, on his knees. On the other side, Claw might be going for the rescue mission onto Yeta Uta, and IQ is trying to have some higher ground onto the players of Raw official and provide that information to Ghost, who is already aggressing, but from the backlines, one player. The way the players of Raw officials are surrounding the players of I8 looks like Raw officials can take this fight and win this one, but IQ finds a perfect knock onto Claw over there. Yeta Uta still bleeding. That means Kancha is the only man standing. A 1v3 situation, and Falak with the DBS going for a close frontal battle. Can he take him down? Already taken a hefty HP out of him and finally shuts him down. And Team Against I8 get the winner chicken dinner for themselves in the very first game.
Oh yeah, and this is what they had come in for, right? The winner chicken dinner comes through. Aegon I, the Pakistani team, the winners of PMPL Pakistan, have swung in once again. Really nice coordination between the players was all necessity, was important in those final few moments, especially, you know, when questions are going to be raised at Raw officials deciding to charge in on their compounds, especially considering the fact that there was, well, no need to do so. They were inside the zone, but what a game it was.
सरकार, कुछ दोस्त आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैं गिफ्ट।
अरे वाह! आजाद नगरी डोंकी राजा तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास पबजी मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए।
सिर्फ पबजी मोबाइल पर।
All right, what a start has it been to the first match of the SA Championships, right? I mean, it's the dream come true, right? Every one of you must be hoping for a military base circle. Granted, hoping to see Stalwart and for Medical Vibes fighting it out. Granted, IHC for Medical Vibes there in front of you. But amidst all that, it was Aegon I8 who played the smartest, right? Right from the very beginning, it was not, the military base that they barged into. Rather, just kind of played around that western territory. And when they knew, the circle was going down and down, they decided to knock on the doors. We could see Leo, and then we had Regicide fighting it out against each other. Then we got the players of T2K also coming in over there. And a lot was happening on that harbor, but eventually Aegon I8 somehow managing to stay alive in those moments. I mean, you can't really just name one player who could be called out as the MVP. Everybody just lived on their roles and played just the way they were supposed to, just warding off that threat, even when the players from Raw officials hit their doorsteps right when they were wounded. But that did not deter them from fighting back and eventually get that beautiful chicken dinner shadow.
100% agreed. For a second, it looked like the way the players of Raw officials were converging the players of I8. It can be the game for Raw officials, but unfortunately, Yeta Uta was taken out pretty early in the game. And this was a problem in the SA, PMPL SA time also, that whenever Yeta Uta
All right. I mean, yeah, of course, Claw has to be one of those players, right? I think the way they were kind of performing over there, right? Especially when they were holding on to their life, right? That one compound, and they were just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then eventually, when the time was right, he struck in 5 eliminations for this lad, and yeah, props to Vaz also, but Falak, I think he's one of those, renowned faces that we have not, gone on to know and love, and seems like he's gravity. And 4 eliminations for this lad has joined Aegon I8, and then you've got Doc also from For Medical Vibes playing pretty well. Starts off with 2 of those picks from for Miracle Vibes, and then Sandesh. I loved what he did initially against Regicide, but then they had to sort of fall down, but still made it there considering how much damage numbers he had dealt. All right, so considering the fact that how things have worked out, I kind of really liked how Magnus also played it out towards the end, right? Everybody just taking their change and doing things right, and well, to be honest, I kind of loved what we saw. So Aegon I8, I mean, this is one of those teams that performed really well. And yeah, taking a look at the match rankings, we've got Aegon I8, considering they got that first position, those 9 elimination points, 19 points is what they have secured. Now heading on to the second spot, Raw Officials, despite having quite a rough start, they recovered pretty well. And look at For Miracle Vibes, they might not have even a single placement point, but they're still sitting at 9 overall points pertaining to the eliminations that they have secured for themselves. So I guess a really tough start for the other big Mongolian teams like IHC, NB Sports. I mean, this is one of those primary reasons why I avoid from making any predictions. But yes, Highvoltage not having the best of starts either. Illuminate, SKYLIGHTZ, everyone off to a rough one. Seventh Element, they were looking really good, looking really strong, till the point they had to face against the two colossal titans from Mongolia, and that is Stalwart and For Miracle Vibes. So yeah, things did not work out, but quick look at the highlights. We had Quantum Rage dealing with DRS Gaming, but eventually they kind of also lost on their numbers. The players from Raw really did a good job, but this is where Sandesh, he did everything at his disposal that he could have possibly done. But I hope, Shadow is back with us. A little bit of those technical issues, and yes, she's there, loud and fine.
Yes, definitely. Finally, I hope the issue has been fixed. Very sorry for that. But yes, Raw Officials, they were looking so very strong. From the very start, they had the center control for themselves. But I forgot that the military base island is also the home ground for the players of Against IA. They're so familiar. They know how to rotate, which angles to hold on. They're so familiar with that terrain and that area. So yes, it was I8's game. But yes, Pakistani teams, they are stepping up. And now is the time when Mongolians team need to worry, because this time Against IA, they changed the ROP location, but maybe towards the later stages we can see 4ME and IA dropping it towards military base when IA was looking stronger.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering the fact that none of these teams decided to go down south, initially we could see Aegon I8 also opting for a different drop location, and then we also have For Miracle Vibes. They kind of carved their way through from Gatka, I believe. That's where they got a few picks here and there. But right now, folks, we're going to be heading into the second match of the evening. That is going to be in Miramar, and now we've got the teams from Group D sitting this one out. So we're not going to see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Train to Kill, Regicide and Magnus. In fact, now Group E is going to make their way in. So we've got a little bit of DRS, MABETEX, 3X Esports and 52 Esports joining the fray. Now heading to Miramar, this is one of my favorite maps. I'm pretty sure a lot of the Nepali teams and well, even the Mongolians and the Pakistanis love it, especially when you have you talk about Pakistanis also in the fray. They kind of have this thing with Miramar. So yeah, I mean, of course we ruined the first prediction. Now time to ruin the second one also. So Shadow, who do you think is gonna get the chicken dinner?
MABETEX Esports, because they do perform really good in the map of Miramar. Miramar is one of their strongest map, so let's ruin the game for MABETEX Esports.
All right, so that's what you're doing, right? Since you've gone with a team from Group E, I'd also like to stick with the tradition. I'll go with DRS on this one. I want to see what this team has to offer, especially after the accolades they collected after placing second in the global championships, and that was one of the iconic moments I think South Asian region witnessed, because none of these teams could ever dig in so deep, right? We had top threes, but yeah, getting that second spot certainly feels special. But ever since that had happened, we kind of saw the players kind of losing out on that little bit of that edge that we kind of saw them doing last time, because DRS is one of those teams that likes to take things quite steadily. They're not the ones who kind of rush in blind folded into a fight. They focus primarily on their rotations, and Miramar is one of those games that encourages that exactly. So quite interested. The first game, that was quite fast. We could see action happening everywhere, every single moment. There is a certain team fighting it out against the other, and there were teams that were trying to just stay inside their houses, not cause a lot of troubles. Eventually a few teams decided to barge in on them, especially when I'm talking about is Raw, because after losing out on Zodi, I think that was such a nice recovery from their side.
Well, it was, but later on, in the final few moments when Yeta Uta was taken out, that gave them a bit of the difficulty. But other than that, I think the primary reason for so many initial fights happening was the circle, second the drop collisions that was happening, the rotations were being cut off because these teams are playing against each other for the first time. They're not aware of the rotations which the opponents are taking, so maybe next time they are going to approach the game a bit cautiously. Even the Miramar, they're going to approach very cautiously, because when you're out in the open Miramar, there is no chance that anyone can save you. Instant knocks and
Yeah.
confirmation might come in. So these teams need to be a bit careful this time.
Yeah, I mean, fights are going to happen everywhere, all over the place. But right now, we've got all these players in front of our screens right now. Everybody excited to get into match number 2, as we've got it in Miramar as the flight path trajectory. As you can see, all the way from the southeastern side, heading towards the northwestern, perhaps. Maybe around that western side of it. But regardless, it is going to be one banger of a game. And let us know, folks, who do you think is going to take this one home? I mean, we are pretty pathetic with our predictions, but you aren't, right? And a few of them might get it right. There's nothing to win, but yes, some personal bragging rights. If you can see through the future, then that's going to be even better. But yes, from Puerto Paraiso towards El Pozo is where we charted towards. I don't think most of these teams are going to have any trouble getting down to their drop locations.
And this time there is a change in drop location. MABETEX Esports, instead of going towards the side of Kempamilta, they are heading somewhere towards south. With the players of I8, well, they are finding their home, going for their home ground towards Los Leones. 4MV, we know they tend to go towards the side of Chumacera, but it looks like there is a drop collision happening towards Impala, where the players of Econex I8 are there, and one more team is also there. So maybe towards Impala, we are going to see the first blood situation brewing up. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming tends to go towards the side, northern side, towards the side of La Cobreria, and that is where they are heading. But this time, the circle again favoring the players of 4MV. We have a western circle.
Oh, we certainly do. And this is, I think, what we kind of looking forward to, because kind of a little bit of a shift towards the southern areas this time around, right? And the one team that kind of drops around, let's say Chumacera, I think for medical vibes, loves to call it home, as we've got 52 esports playing the first game and just hovering around that spot. So Monte Nuevo is going to be pretty much taken on by IHC, but look at that traffic around Hacienda del Patron and San Martin. So many teams in the nearby fray. You've got DRS, you've got Seventh Element, you've got Quantum Rage, and also the players of Leo. So that's going to be interesting to see how this entire thing just comes down.
Let's see how it comes down. And 3x Esports, talking about this team also, the last time I casted Pakistan region, 3x Esports, that time they were performing really good in the map of Miramar, and this time also they were placed I think second or third spot in the finals. So yes, 3x Esports is also one of the team that we need to look out for. But in this kind of circle, IHC, they can perform really good. And it is TUF against the players of Aganex I8 in Impala. TUF last game also not so very good, but Aganex I8, well, they are looking very confident. Looking at the loot, the resources which these teams are having, I won't say they have the best of the weaponry in their hands. Few of the players are not having the perfect armor also. So it's better to avoid this fight, but can they avoid it? Hard to say.
At this point, we've got a different one just having in front of us a fight breaking out. As you can see, 3x Esports, they're starting to lose out on the numbers as Highvoltage. They've decided it's better to divide and conquer, right? Cairo is all by his lonesome when he's being charged in by not just one, but 3 players. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Highvoltage DC, they've gotten 3 limbs to their name. The final player surviving will be Zerbaf, who needs to tuck his tails and run from there. I mean, there's no chance on earth that he fights back against an entire squad. So at this point, whatever loot he's collected, yeah, that's fine. Just escape. Just make a run for their life. You can see him crying. You can hear his tears as Highvoltage DC, they're showing him no mercy. Oh, Malik just spots him out and will take no time in finishing him off as just in the blink of an eye. 3x Esports, they played their first game and suddenly they're out of the server.
A start they were not hoping for. They were not prepared for it, but this time they are getting out with 0 points in their hands. On the other side, again, X8 and TUF, kind of a stalemate situation where Joker Sir is trying to be the king of the hills, provide all that information to his teammates so that in case IA charges towards him, he can provide the necessary cover fire at the same time and tell to his teammates. But he's not aware of the position of one of the player from again X8 up close towards him. So yes, it's going to be a stalemate situation in Impala for a very long time. But Highvoltage DC, this team, they were the inconsistent one in the PMPL SA, but this time they are having a very good start. So if they keep up the momentum, I think Highvoltage is also one of the strong team in the lobby. I hope the consistency comes through at least in day number 1.
This is one of those champion teams, right? We have seen them win championships even in the past, but right now, Aegon I8, they've decided to just barge in and take down the players of TUF one after the other. So this is one of those battles that I think they've fought a multiple amount of times. They know where to figure out which areas to traverse around, find those angles, those narrow margins, try to thread the needle, try to get the job done. As M7, I believe, his position has also been compromised over there. Thor just hiding in the church, and how long can he be safe? Because IQ, the best of weapons, from this range, you would want to have something like an M4 or maybe even a mini. A lot of these players, I think, the C players, they kind of opt for those 7.62 chambered weapons. They know how to control that that recoil that comes up after you tap that one shot. So trading it off with some massive amount of damage, they like it. But what we love to see, or rather what we are accustomed to see in the South Asian region, is a lot of players opting for DMRs like Mini 14. So at this point, M7 and Thor, they really need to watch out, because any moment you might have 3 players from Aegon I8 pushing at M7's or Thor's direction, and it's going to be so difficult to try and just form that fortress. Joker Sir, he's doing whatever he possibly can, trying to form a different angle. Maybe he could be the one who could pose some threat, but if I8 has heard that vehicle sound around him, then his cover is pretty much blown, because Joker is definitely making those movements. But both these teams, they need to realize that the circle has already started closing in, and at this point they really need to consider if they actually need to engage in this fight or not.
And looks like IQ has an idea where Joker exactly is, but IQ had no helmet at all. Despite dishing out hefty damage, he has been the one to be taken out, and TUF M7 charges, takes down Ghost also, and again XI8, they're crumbling. Yes, Edgar has been dealt with, and TUF is left with 3 men, where Joker Sir, no first aids, no medkits, nothing at all. But somewhere else on the map, we have the players of Leo Esports as well, locking horns with IS, where Godless has found a beautiful knock-in confirmation onto Haidami. Predator has been taken down, and Liquid knows exactly where Godless is. The grenade is not going to be so perfect, but Godless and Liquid with those UMP45s, these SMGs close range are so potent and powerful, and Liquid this time the UMP won't help him, as Demo from the low ground will take him down, and IHC, they're looking very strong right now.
Yeah, Godless got vengeance in his mind and will just lob that grenade into perfection, as Leo Esports, this time the stronghold, this time the standoff could not last longer, because it is the Mongolian giants that just go barraging through them without having dealt any casualty. They have managed to successfully just wipe out Leo Esports. So Leo Esports, and I think the way they kind of try to position themselves, they drop off around the peripheries of San Martin, try to get their loot done. What they did not anticipate was, while they were rotating, they would knock on the compounds of IHC, and that indeed happened. It was a position of contesting for a particular spot, out of which IHC were just the better team, well prepared. But right now, we can also see 7th Element trying to lock horns against the players of Stalwart. You've got DRS pretty much chilling at the top of the Picardo Hills. They have no intention of entering the town right now as the circle again shifts, and it is going to be somewhere around Picardo. So Highvoltage DC, this is a game where they kind of start redeeming themselves, because the first game did not really go the way they had planned, but eventually in the second one, this is where they could amass quite a lot of points.
They can, but again, XI8, what is happening? They're falling right now, Fixes. They're so far away from the circle. Even if they manage to escape from the clutches of TUF, there is no chance they can make it inside the circle, because last I saw, they were not having enough medkits and first aids in their hands. Even the bandages were not there. But for MV, they're trying to have the potential dominant control from the southern end. They need to be cautious about from the players of I8, because I8 is also making a similar rotation where 52 they can keep both these teams. Falak, he's bleeding out. Who's the only man standing? And I don't see any vehicle onto the players of I8. On the other side, TUF Thor with this vehicle is trying to regroup with his teammates so that he can start his journey ahead inside the circle. But no, that's not the case. He's looking for the players, hunting for the players of FNX I8. Is that the case, Fixes? He's counted. No.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get away from there. I think the primary objective right now for both these teams would be to try to get inside the circle first, then think of anything else, because that is one of those fights they really never intended on taking, but were kind of sort of forced down to. But IHC, after having a really good start into the game, this is where I think they would be looking forward to get a few more limbs to their names, and just keep racking up those LM points, because this is something that for Medical Vibes really thrive under, because this they're one of those teams. They might not have even a single position point, but they kind of make up for that with sufficient number of eliminations to their names. But DRS spotting out the players of Quantum Rage. Goku, he's been dealt with. Killer YT, he just lives up to his name, and he does exactly that, as IHC and Stalwart just hovering around each other. And in a few more seconds and a few more minutes, we might have a fight between these two amazing teams as well. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, in the PMPL as a championship, the Pakistani teams are performing really well, especially Egon I8 getting that first win. Chicken dinner as Yetauta spots out East and takes him down. This is where I think, for Medical Vibes, sometimes kind of head in, with their eyes closed, and get caught off guard and get picked off. So this is one of those things that they really need to work out on, especially now considering the fact that the circle has gone away from them. Raw officials and for Medical Vibes both have to get inside the zone, with for Medical Vibes having to hold on a little bit longer because they need to get the revive on their teammate.
They have to go for the revival, because so many fights are going to erupt towards the southern side, because look at the congestion, look at the traffic that is coming from the southern side. On the other side, or towards north, we have NB Esports, where one player is so close to the players of 7th Element, but he do manage to find a knock onto 7th Element, at the same time gives away his position. This is the moment when NB Esports, they need to regroup, because it's only 2 players up against the 3 men of 7th Element, and Mondo with that vector finds a beautiful knock onto T24 OP. And now 7th Element, they find a knock onto Akaze. Akaze had no idea about the position of Divine holding onto that little shack, and Divine in no time gets a confirmation as well, bringing down the numbers of NB Esports. And Fistboy along with Sek, can he take down Divine as T24? He's bleeding out. On the backlines, we have Tokus as well, whose position has not been given away, and Mondo is getting so much damage from somewhere else.
Tokusaurus really needs to get himself in the battle, because he needs to find out an angle, because Divine could just hold on for so long. And that is exactly what he's trying to do, because Mondo is constantly just raining down grenades and molotovs, trying to flush out Divine, and he's successfully done that. And Mondo gets another knock, as Fistboy also will be joining the fray along with him, as 7th Element just drop down on their numbers. With Tokusaurus, the final player surviving, he has to get the hell away from that position, and has to find out another way of trying to survive in the game, trying to secure at least a few position points and a few limbs here and there.
Certainly, he need those elimination points. But NB Esports, now they have the entire northern control for themselves. on in the center, we have the players of Stalwart Esports in a 2v2 split. Talking about DRS, they have the Eastern Control, they are the king of the hills. But on the lower ground, we have the players of Highvoltage who might try and challenge DRS or vice versa, because Gyante and Delta, they can easily spot the players of Highvoltage at the same time. We have Egenix I8 and I8 Illuminate crew in such close proximity that a fight can happen. So towards south, maybe multiple third parties can also happen.
Oh yeah, I think the moment we get the next circle, which is going to happen pretty much soon, we're going to see a lot of these teams fighting for a good position, right? Stalwart, DRS, they're all holding on to the higher grounds where we've got high voltage, safe and sound inside those compounds. You've got Prabeen along with one of his teammates who's taken over the hill. So he's got to be a little bit watchful because DRS might just come knocking at their doors anytime soon. As Quantum Rage, this could be a really good game for them. All they need to do is just try and stay alive, because Stalwart, look at that, they've got that entire Western control. At this point, they might be prone to threat from maybe raw officials or IHC, and this is where they need to somehow prioritize their fight, because NB Esports is also going to charge in. And now look at that, IHC, NB, they might have a fight breaking out, and Stalwart might hear all that gunshot, so they might kind of just regroup, rendezvous at a certain point, and then figure out their next course of attack. As Aegon I8, not the kind of a start that the winners of the previous chicken dinner would be hoping for, but that's a reality. I mean, sort of got a little bit complacent and had to just bow down to their demise, as IHC going after the players of NB Esports, as Mondo has dropped off from his vehicle. This is the perfect time where Demo decides to just charge in, but has forgotten about the threat right beside him, as Mondo just slaps that DBS right around his face as Demo bites the dust.
He does, but now Mondo has to deal with the remaining players of IHC in a 1v3 situation. He needs the backup, he needs the reinforcement as soon as possible. He's trying to buy some time through those grenades, but Alex with the S12K comes in and finds Mondo. Instant confirmation, the revenge has been taken down. And now IHC, they have another threat in the close proximity in the name of Stalwart Esports, where IC along with his teammates is having the control of that compound. But now IHC is aware about their position, but the circle is closing in. This is not the time where IHC is looking for a fight. They have their vehicles ready and they're trying to move inside the circle where the players of Stalwart Esports might be waiting for them. Up until now, IHC, they have a decent amount of elimination points also in their favor, but right now, Nova X, look at his position, so close to the players of Agenix I8. Can he stop the players of Agenix I8? I don't think so. 1v3 situation, he does find a beautiful knock onto Blade. Can he find the second one as well? And no, Ghost comes in with the AKM, deals with him, and I8 with 0 elimination points, bids bye-bye from the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, Illuminate, quite a rough start into the campaign in the SA Championship, right? Two of those games not really working out the way they would have anticipated, as NB Esports also having to deal with the brunt. Suddenly are just survived by Sek. As IHC, I mean, of course, they did lose out on Demo, but I was kind of wondering how he kind of lost his sight. I pretty much would expect him to hear that first aid being administered over there, as NB Esports have also been deleted from the server, courtesy to the players of Stalwart, and how well they're controlling that western territory. As now, Aegon I8, they will have to bite the dust. MABETEX, their first game inside this game, inside this tournament, and suddenly they are starting to fire on all cylinders. They did hear all that commotion around, so were kind of prepared for it. As Ghost, his life is literally hell at this point. All he has to do is either just give away his life to the blue zone, because you would not want to give away all these points to your opponents, right? So Goose pretty much knows where his fate lies. That is out of the server right now, as Aegon 8 after I8 after a really good start in the first game have been knocked out at the 11th spot into this one, as the circle even shrinks further down, as we can see that hilly area around Power Grid and Picardo, where DRS are sitting quite comfortably. But suddenly, IHC decide to knock in on Stalwart's area, as Nerzed action both have been dealt with. That relentless aggression being shown by IHC proving to be quite fatal for Stalwarts.
S12K versus S12K, and looks like STE, they lost their player. And Stalwart Esports and 4MV, both these teams are not having a very good start. Action has been knocked down by a vehicle run over from the players of IHC, and IC and Tops, they have to make a quick escape. They have to scuttle back to the safety because they don't have the numbers. But IHC, will they allow to do so? I don't think so. IC is ready with the grenade to create some kind of opening. He's not giving any kind of sound cue. He wants to take the players of IHC by surprise, and it certainly do so by taking down Alex over there. Delivers a lot of damage towards Godless as well. But Zoil with the S12K right on the face of IC takes him down. Instant confirmation coming in, leaving Tops all by himself. This is a moment, if there is any moment, this is the moment when Tops can charge in and try to do some damage towards the side of IHC. This grenade has to be the perfect one, but Tops has no idea where exactly the players are. And now there was enough time to go for the rescue mission onto Alex. He's again back on his feet. A 1v3 situation. I don't think so Tops can deal with this.
Yeah, the most valuable player of the SA region is now under threat. You know, just surrounded by 3 sharks right in the desert over here. Top now, he's burning, just screaming for his life. But IHC seem to show no mercy at all. Still fighting back. But too much, too hot to handle over there as Alex gets that final kill. And with that, Stalwart, they also bite the dust as now IHC, look at them go. 9 defeat points already to their name. So Godless doing really well. Xiol is back in form, back in action. Alex also performing, and IHC, this is exactly what they needed. A little bit of a room right now, considering they won this battle. They can take over that western area because now Raw and MABETEX, they might lock on horns against each other. Where MABETEX have that territorial advantage in their favor. They've got a little bit of that altitude to play around with. Where Raw, they really need to sort of start clearing the flanks. And if they manage to get a knock on Leo, then that is where they could just try and press in and get a little bit of more room for them. But now Leo does not just have to deal with Raw, but also has to be watchful of the threat right behind him. That is coming in from Highvoltage DC. If that's not enough, then you've also got Team DRS, who are so comfortable with the situation that, with the position that in fact they are holding on to. And in a few couple of seconds, we get to see the next circle shift. Where is it gonna go? Is it gonna favor the lads from Quantum Rage? Is it gonna favor DRS? Or maybe that lonesome survivor from 7th Element or Tokusaurus? Because, you know, he's been doing that pretty well for his team. From here onwards, the more position points, the higher position he finishes in, the more position points he is gonna earn for his squad. And that would prove quite vital, especially considering 7th Element playing their first as a championship, and they've had that Cinderella story going in for themselves. Let's see how these lads perform.
MABETEX Leo, he really need to watch that lower ridge flank and the grenades that are coming from the side of Raw Official. But look at Zoil. He's so very close to the players of MABETEX Esports, and MABETEX, they have no idea that IHC slowly, they have closed in the distance, and they can do a beautiful third party towards Raw Officials and MABETEX as well. And IHC already having a very good run, very good confidence. Even the numbers also are in their favor. And Raw Officials, well, they have decided to back off from this fight for all the good reasons, because the blue is slowly catching up to them. This is not the position they want to fight, where the blue is dishing out the damage. The MABETEX Esports players are dishing the damage, but no, they are still fighting. They have spotted on the players of IHC. They're aware about the position of Zoil. And now with that buggy is looking for some little bit of the cover so that can make their rotation. But on the other side, we have Highvoltage as well. Raw Official, they are basically trapped in the situation, Fixes.
Yeah, I think they certainly are, but they need to figure out a way to get out of that. And the only way is if IHC decide to, strike or rain fire upon the players of MABETEX. Because, it's 1 each for both these squads. Leo, of course, would want to get that revive. So will Kansha. Especially with the blue starting to close in. This is where Zodi, I do not understand why the delay. Because maybe they might be, potentially exposed to threat from Highvoltage DC. And that seems to be exactly the case with Zodi barely breathing right now. MABETEX, this is the perfect time to get all their players back on their feet and sort of be prepared for the threat that awaits them right now. Because with that circle shift, this is the time where DRS still would be trying to get a little bit of that more extra advantage as Leo lies in waiting. He has that compounds cover as Zodi gets spotted out by Baron and has been put 6 feet under.
3 elimination and Raw officials at the 7th position has been eliminated. But now MABETEX Esports, they have to deal with the players of IHC who have a position advantage. They have the higher ground. But Kese, he finds a good spot to hide for some time. Then we have the players of Highvoltage as well. They have to go for the crucial revivals onto the fallen teammates. And now LX watching and guarding the flank angle that might be coming from the northern side if any team is trying to close in from the northern front. But MABETEX, this time they're fighting with the players of Highvoltage, and a Highvoltage in a 2v2 split. They're looking better, but Valley can bring that opening, can bring that initial knock onto the players of Highvoltage, especially with that grenade if lobbed to the perfection. But Cloud going for the flank, and now Leo is there to stop him. 3 players, Highvoltage, Cloud and Prabeen moving under the supervision of the remaining 2 players, and Cloud with a grenade finds a perfect knock onto Leo, and retaliation grenade, he also gets taken down, and Prabeen just survived that grenade. Sliver of HP onto him, Fixes.
How is he gonna make it live? Needs to buy some time, especially with so much of that threat around him. It's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. Oh, somehow he does survive. Does he have any meds? That's the big question. And Malik just trying to show his face, and Kessie so well positioned. I believe Prabeen is out of any meds to administer as Jiggle in a whole world of trouble gets picked off. Wally just raining down hell from his bullets out there. And now MABETEX in a sweet spot, but they still also have to get inside the circle. And I think they're carving their way one by one. They are dishing out damage, dishing out hell on the players of Highvoltage out there. Malik right now at this situation. Let's see what is he up to. Still surviving, but for how long? That's the big question. As Baron gets picked off by Malik, still trying to stay alive. Prabeen, there you can see no meds on this lad, as now from the backlines you've got DRS trying to completely sabotage all their intentions right now. But Prabeen being relentless as ever, he's got to be scared. He has to be watchful because he's got threat. He's kind of sandwiched between our 2 teams. One side we've got MABETEX, on the other we've got DRS.
And Prabeen on a sliver of HP. He doesn't have enough first hits, and finally a grenade comes in and takes Prabeen down, and Valley, beautiful grenade. And now MABETEX Esports, they have to prioritize the circle, they have to prioritize the rotation, but DRS, they are waiting for the players of MABETEX Esports. They do find a good spot for themselves, but they need to watch their 6, because from Blacklines, Godless can do a lot of damage, and Casey is aware about the position of Godless over there. DRS being the silent ones, playing with the circle, playing with a good position, and only 5 teams remaining. This is the moment that when the players of DRS can start chiming in, and looks like they're already charging or maybe slowly moving towards the players of MABETEX Esports. But MABETEX, being the aggressive ones, they are raining death and destruction everywhere. 8 defeat points already in their favor, and all the 4 players alive, they are looking very strong. But they need to deal with Malik, because Malik is hiding. He's not giving any kind of sound cue, but the smokes are definitely giving away his position to the players of DRS, where Rules is moving forward and lobbing some grenades towards him. Sooner or later, Malik will go down. But right now, Quantum Rage, by taking down the players of IHC with those grenades, is looking for a potential dominant control from the northern front. And IHC, well, they are falling down.
Yeah, falling down right across the hill, and have fallen down to their misery as Quantum Rage. They had been ever so patient, and when the time was right, they decided to fight and win it around. Now, DRS Gaming, this is where they really thrive, right? They understand the situation. They figured out that now the time was right for them to charge in and finished off the players of Highvoltage DC. Now, this is one of those quite pivotal fights that MABETEX will have to engage in at this point, with Kessie and Baron fighting it out. Delta has been picked off. Rules needs to hold on, as Killer YT needs to try and provide to give that essential cover fire, as Baron looks to, re-administer himself to full HP, as Gyante also joins the fray. And this is where, Wally and Leo, they've got all the time on earth, but suddenly Killer lobs out a grenade, and Cassie has been dealt with. Gyante, his position finally compromised, the flank that he was trying to create. Now MABETEX are well aware of it, and now Rules decides to lob yet another grenade. But before he could do anything, it's going to be Tuntanatan from the backlines who takes yet another player of MABETEX, and now the 3rd and the 4th also falls down, leaving us with our 2 teams in front of us. That is going to be Quantum Rage and DRS fighting for that chicken dinner.
Well, for all the hard work which DRS did on towards the side of MABETEX Esports, Tanatan, well, he reaped all the benefits out of it by getting those confirmation points. And now DRS, they have to lock horns with the players of Quantum Rage. Both these teams were so very silent. Quantum Rage, they were trying for the control from the northern front. DRS, they were trying for the control from the eastern front. And now the numbers advantage is with the players of DRS, and Gyante might be looking for a flank that might come in from the left side. But it's an open field. It's not so easy for the players of Quantum Rage to close in the distance. And same with the players of DRS. They do have a good ridge to work around with. The smokes are down, but the minute the smoke disappear, Quantum Rage are out in the open. The position will be revealed, and they will be in the crosshairs of the players of DRS.
I like how Quantum Rage are positioned right now. They've got that terrain advantage. They've got that higher ground. And look at DRS. They kind of clustered up to that one spot now. A little bit of a spread coming in. But it all comes down to who gets that first knock, right? DRS, they do have the man numbers. So if Tantanatan just gets picked off from there, then DRS could directly just head on charge in. But if Tantanatan stays alive, then DRS will fall down to Quantum Rage traps out there. But Senior taking quite some massive amount of damage, right? And there you go. Killer nades coming out from Killer YT and will secure that knock. Now Tantanatan has to really close in because Gyante decides to push as Helsi, the lonesome survivor over there, has nothing to do except from fight as Gyante trying to step out of his vehicle gets picked off by Tantanatan. Nice cover fire at the right nick of time, and suddenly DRS will have to figure out their way to breach in through Quantum Rage.
And they're doing it so very perfectly. Senior is still knocked down. There is no chance Helsi can go for a revival. And Delta with the Groza takes down Helsi over there. And now Tantanatan gets a confirmation onto Gyanta in a 1v3 situation. Takes another one down. But that won't be enough because DRS finally the strike and deals with the last man of Quantum Rage. Gets a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. And with that, your prediction also comes true, Fixes.
That indeed does happen, but what a start, for the Nepali stars, right? You've got DRS come in, play that first game, and walk away with a chicken dinner. Hello and welcome back, folks. What an amazing game it was. Game number 2, and suddenly DRS come in, strike through, and sheer patience being shown, and around those fights they had that determination. They wanted to win. In fact, even after getting the chicken dinner, you could see they are out for blood, out for vengeance, and the top spot is there where they would really want to settle in at. As we're back with the post-match segment, and what a game it was, to be honest, from both the sides. We witnessed them playing just the way they were supposed to. I think it came down to the wire. Quantum Rage, I think the highlight moment would be the fact that they took down the players of IHC and dealt some heavy damage to MABETEX, making things rather easier for DRS. And when the final showdown happened, I think it was just the man advantage, the numbers that really favored them. And Killer YT, I think those grenades were quite vital, ensuring that they got that perfect opening out of which they could really capitalize.
100% agree. DRS was also waiting for having the eastern control since a very long time. They were holding on to that higher ground and all the teams, they were busy fighting on the periphery, they were busy fighting with the circle. Even the circle, I have to get the credit, the circle was also favoring the players of DRS till I think the second or third shift. That also came in the favor of DRS. So yes, they capitalized on it, and this time the MVP is going to be Killer YT from DRS.
Oh yeah, I mean, Killer Whitey, he's one of those players. I think every single time we felt that DRS might be in trouble, he was the one who rescued them, especially that fight against MABETEX when one of their players was down. He was the one who got that trade and, bought enough time for his squad to kind of reset, get their players back up. And even in that final fight, he dealt that first opening blow and has been quite crucial. And we could see how his contribution really helped them in getting that chicken dinner. But taking a look at the other players that really outshined, of course, Zyol for us, 4 eliminations. I loved how they took that fight against Stalwart. They kind of were looking fearless, to be honest. MABETEX, their first game, they come in and were also equally good, I must say. I mean, 4 eliminations even for Wally, but for Quantum Rage, Spark certainly had to be the star. But Killer Whitey, those 7 eliminations, goes on to show how good this player was.
Oh, he certainly was. Even this team of MABETEX Esports, they were looking so very promising. The way they were dealing with multiple teams towards the southern end, they were able to dish out a lot of damage towards the side of 4MV as well. And the match summary, yes, Killer YT have the highest elimination, Zeol has the highest damage, Baron with the highest assist, and Leo OP with the highest healing stun.
Oh yeah, I mean, looking at the stats, I think we had few teams that could really name them out, and yes, DRS, IHC, and MABETEX were 3 of them. As we take a look at the match rankings, it's gonna be DRS, quite calm, quite stable, 10 eliminations, 10 placement points, finding the perfect balance. Have taken 20 points off of this game, and again, you have to start wondering what has happened to For Miracle Vibes, because last time, yeah, of course, they managed to get 9 eliminations, but this time just barely 2 and were taken down, I think, by IHC, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, I think for Aegon I8 also had a really good start, but eventually kind of dug their own graves. The players being in those wrong positions and all that did not really help their motives. But same thing, even for Stalwart, were looking strong initially till IHC knocked in on their doors.
Yes, and talking about this game, yes, from the very start, majority of the fights were happening towards the southern end where the players of Highvoltage were there. Even we had an initial drop collision happening between the players of Agonix I8 and TUF, and where Agonix I8, they didn't stand for a very long time.
Yeah, I think for Aegon I8, to be honest, we felt like, that fight could have been theirs. But TUF, especially when Joker just went on that flank, this is something that Aegon I8 weren't really expecting. And like you even mentioned during the cast Shadow, not having a helmet in that position, you are ought to fall, right? It is why they say you have to be well prepared for the battle that lies in front of you. But these were the final few moments where Quantum Rage and DRS just fought it out amongst each other, where Quantum Rage were already at a major disadvantage. They were kind of down to a 2v4 situation, especially after Killer just landed that first blow. Then Tuntanatan somehow managed to kind of get a trade, but you need to have more of those positive trades, right? It was just a fair trade coming in, and that did not help his cause, right? Had he taken down maybe 2 of the players of DRS, then you could have said that yes, maybe things could look better. But DRS, the striking when the moment was right, decided to barge in, charge directly at the faces of the players there of Quantum Rage, and managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. So a really nice start, I must say, for DRS. Even Quantum Rage, considering the first game, they have done pretty well over here. And now heading on to the next match, I would be really excited to see which team gets this one. So first one, we had a Pakistani team win. The second one went to the Nepalis, as you can see in the overall rankings. Look at that. So DRS Gaming, by the virtue of just that one game, they have taken that second spot. But it is Aegon I8 who still remains right on the top.
Well, definitely they are. This time also they had 4 elimination to work around with. It's not like they were taken out pretty early in the game with 0 points. They had 4 points with themselves. Quantum Rage, they were also very good. They are relying on those elimination points. 11 elimination in a single game, in 2 games, total of 17 points. Raw officials, MABETEX Esports also looking so very good. This time IHC in the map of Miramar, they were so aggressive. The way they took down the players of Stalwart Esports and went ahead, initiated by the players of MABETEX Esports as well. But the team that needs to step up are the players of Eliminate Crew. They have played 2 games and they are sitting on the 18th spot with just a single point.
Yeah, and Illuminate Crew. This is where your, I think it's still the first day, right? They still have 14 more games to go, and they still can recover. They still can get themselves back, because now all they have to focus is not be at the bottom 4, right? That is where you would expect them to try and finish somewhere, even maybe the 10th, 11th, 12th. It's absolutely okay. 7th element, I think they've been showing a lot of promises to me, but when it comes down to fights, I think they haven't really made themselves felt, right? Being at the worst positions you can imagine of. I think that is one of those areas that they really need to work on. And Magnus Esports also, quite shocking that they're just kind of around that 14th rank. But it's fine considering the fact that they just played 1 game. I'm pretty sure as the day ends, they might recover a few points from here onwards. So heading in, I think, Shadow, what we have seen so far in the first 2 games, there have been few teams that have been looking quite, quite with an eye for victory. You could see that from the players of DRS. That's pretty much visible as we take a look at the schedule. And this time, we will have teams from Group C sitting this one out. So Group D is going to be back. So no more for Medical Vibes, IHC, Aegon I8, and 7th Element in this game. I feel, Group C is literally one of the strongest and the deadlier groups because of the 4 teams that we have. But yeah, I think we've got to make a different prediction. It's gonna be back in Erangel again. So teams like teams from groups A, B, they might be wanting to get a chicken dinner in this one, which brings us to predictions. So Shadow, who do you think is gonna win this one?
Okay, I'll go with raw officials this time, because last time they were so very close to getting a chicken dinner for themselves, and it's not like the drop location was favoring them, the circle was favoring their drop location. Nothing was there. They had to go for long rotations as well. So maybe raw officials, they are prepared.
You know what? I think I'm gonna be a dreamer right now. I think there's a back-to-back coming in from DRS, because the moment the boys got the chicken dinner, it felt like just another day in the office, and this time we could see that seriousness being exuded out of their bodies, right? You could see the body language. They are showing that yes, we are finally here to win. So yeah, if they kind of play with the right mindset, I'm pretty sure they could get that one. They've done this in the past. They can do it today as well. And what a good day for them, to get a back-to-back chicken dinner, which kind of will restore that faith in their fans. Because DRS Gaming, after that GC, I felt like, they've, there are those moments when you feel that you have achieved too much, and that is where the downfall begins. But yes, with those chicken dinners, the Nepali fans would be happy. Would be getting just a little bit of reassurance that yes, they are still here to win. They're still hungry. They want to claim that highest prize. They want to go into the World Invitational, dominate there as well. We also do have the GC around the corner. That'll happen. We still have the other split to go. But yes, I think DRS would be getting would be hoping to get back to their winning ways also. But of course, we've made our predictions, out of which I've already got one right. But you could get multiple one of them right, and so make your predictions. Think who's gonna win this one. Shadow has already given hers, but talking about how things are happening this time, Shadow, I must say one thing, that in the SA Championships we are seeing relentless, ruthless aggressions from all these teams, right? Nobody is just camping it out, nobody is just staying back. Everybody wants to pick a fight in it.
Maybe it's just the day one. That could be the reason, because day number 1, you're not aware of each other's game style or the drop locations. At the same time, this is the only day that they can commit any sort of mistake, because when we move towards the end stages, that is the time when the seriousness has to be there. You can't afford to commit any sort of mistake, because we did saw what happened in PMPL SA, NB Esports, because they were eliminated pretty early in the last game. They didn't become the champion. So yes, at the later stage, the seriousness will be there. Day number 1, you can commit any mistake.
Yeah, I mean, do whatsoever you have to
Yeah.
do in day number one. Get back to the drawing board and get everything fixed and get back in stronger. Because, should not really keep the best for the last, at least, in the group stages. Because if you have a good advantage, you kind of are not going to play with a lot of pressure, right? And it's not really difficult in making it to the top 16 out of 20, right? They've all been there. They've been in those clutch situations. They've done it in the past. So all they've got to do is play some really good game of PUBG Mobile. Every single one of them already, just pumped up to play. It feels really nice to watch all these old faces along with the newer talents that we're having. So many of those new players also coming out. So many of those new revelations we have been finding out. And I'm so excited to at least, see more out of teams like Seventh Element. Because of course they're not going to be playing this one, but yes, every single time a new team comes up, it kind of fills my heart with joy. That being said, folks, we are off to the third game of the evening. Now we are headed off from Zaki towards Sosnovka military base. Quite a western flight path we get to witness, Shadow.
That means the Eastern Circle. At least I'm hoping for a Eastern Circle, because I love that drama that happens, because when the flight path is towards the Western front, majority of teams will have a little bit of the trouble going towards Yasnia. And talking about Yasnia, in the previous Erangel, we saw the players of Quantum Rage and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming lock horns with each other, face that drop collision happening. But this time, again, a change. MABETEX Esports, they are going towards the North Georgopol. Quantum Rage, they are not going towards the side of Yasnia, they're heading towards the side of Zarki. I have to appreciate the call of the IGL not to engage in any sort of early fight. And T2K again heading toward their home ground, that is going to be Saverny. SKYLIGHTZ again towards the side of Yasnia. Regicide might be going towards Rozhok. And towards military base, we have Stalwart Esports in Novorupnoy and DRS. Okay, this time DRS, they are the ones going in the Sosnovka military base, because we don't have the players of 4MB, we don't have Erangel I8, so that means both the teams are out of the picture. They are sitting this one out, so military base is going to be pretty empty. So good capitalization. In fact, the circle, the very first circle, is also favoring the players of DRS, because the part of military base is inside, so they can enjoy the ground, go for the loot, grab those resources, the first states which are going to come very handy. And look like raw officials and T-Wave, they were up for a vehicle contestation, and Magnus Drawlim in the vehicle is looking for a run over onto the player of raw officials. There is no way that the player can escape in the situation. And Drawlim, oh, I feel bad for Zordi.
It's not the first time it's happening. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rollin, come on. This time could be the charm, but at some point, right, even Magnus really need to realize that they need to get away from him. Cannot afford to waste a lot of time, right? Especially so early on. But finally, they've got some guns, and there you go, full gangster. And Zordi, all he could do was just stall his death, stall the inevitable from happening. And yeah, again, pro officials have been dealt with the first blow. And from here onwards, it's going to be interesting to see, what follows suit, who gets that better place, who gets into a good position, and who does what. But because this time we've got quite a decent circle, this time it's a hybrid one, somewhere centered around maybe Farm or Pochinki, which might favor a lot of these teams like Magnus. Then you've got NB Esports. So kind of interesting to see which team in fact gets a chicken dinner. But what's even more interesting is the fact that DRS and Stalwart were just knocking at each other's doors, right? At a point felt like they might meet, and we could have gotten to see a kerfuffle between them.
But for now, both these teams are minding their own business, going on their own ways, and not trying to engage in any kind of initial fight. MABETEX Esports, this time they are in the city of Georgopol, North Georgopol. That is where last time Eganix I8 was there. But now MABETEX, they can have the entire control. But the team that is in the close proximity are the players of 52 Esports. So MABETEX, they need to be a bit cautious. The last game of Miramar, yes, they didn't manage to get so many elimination points for themselves, but they will be looking for a chicken dinner, and for that they have to go for quite early rotation as well. Leo Esport, talking about this team also, they are towards Gatka, having the entire control. few teams have changed the drop location this time again. 52 Esports talking about this team in the PMPL also. Talking about the journey of 52 Esports, it was decent. They were the one going for the aggression, having high elimination points. In fact, I think they had the second highest elimination point for themselves. They placed in the fourth spot. So yes, 52 Esports is also one of the most promising teams.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt that they certainly are. But this time, I'm kind of rather intrigued because this is a relatively newer org in Pakistan. We've been seeing them in the scene for the past 1 year, and when you compare them with the likes of Aegon I8 and the others, they've got quite a rich past, right? Quite a rich history, and really surprising not to see Bablu out there, even QWERTY. You could see, a few of their players have also, jumped boats. So yeah, I think the scene's quite developing over there. You've got you're getting some fierce competitions. We're seeing Magnus Esports also make quite a name for themselves. Seventh Element, one of those teams that I'm really excited about. And Drolin, Zibian, Zen, and Faster. I think I've got to see more out of Faster as to how he plays, because this time I could not cast the Pakistani region. But watching at taking a look at all these newer talents, I'm kind of excited to see what they put on the table over here. So considering how the circle has been, it's kind of been a little bit silent affair since everybody's busy getting their loot done. But a little bit of commotion might happen just around the shelter area. We've got Regicide, we've got the players of NB Sports also around, Highvoltage trying to just rotate around those areas. And there could be a point where all these teams might meet. That is where we could see some further action getting intensified. But MABETEX and Quantum Ridge around that northwestern region, around that Georgopol City area, both of these teams would also try and rotate around. Now, taking a look at the players in front of us, we've got Stalwart Esports. I think they've had a decent start, if not the best, and that is how Stalwart Esports really goes, right? Have a little bit of a rough start, and eventually, as the days keep on progressing, they kind of manage to get themselves back into the tournament.
Agreed. Last Erangel also, they did manage to get 6 elimination points for themselves. Yes, they were not able to grab too many placement points for themselves, but yes, Stalwart Esports. But again, Mongolian teams, they're always for the aggression. They're always looking for those elimination points rather than the placement points. For Stalwart Esports, is always the focus of getting those elimination points. But talking about other team, that is NB Esports. NB Esports, yes, they are in an area where there is a possibility of a fight erupting. Talking about the previous wrangle also for NB Esports, they were taken out pretty early in the game with 0 points to their name, and this time they're looking to change things around and maybe get the chicken dinner. If not chicken dinner, at least good elimination placement points. But Magnus Esports, well, they are in close proximity of the players of 52 Esports, and looks like Zibian has a vague idea that there is a team in right front of them. At least now he knows, because 52, they are trying to pepper few bullets towards Zibian. And let's see if at such distance they can do any damage, because yes, you can waste your enemy's resources, you can try and deplete their resources, but even if a knock comes in, there is a very less probability that you can get the confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, considering these are those early moments of the game, I think teams would be kind of thinking if it's the right choice to take a shot, because if the objective meets it, if it's the time that you need to contest for that particular location, then go for a full-fledged fight. I'm not gonna complain. But if it does not happen, then you've got to be a little bit more careful, because the spot you're playing around, you've got a lot of those teams kind of clustering up over there. You've got 3x, you've got Magnus, you've got 52, you've got Leo. Everybody sort of just is anticipating the fact that the circle goes a little bit towards the west, and just around those southern Puchinki hills is where most of them are situated. But we get the first airdrop of the game. That's gonna be an AUG. I guess playing over with this weapon, I kind of like it, especially in the competitive arena where you barely have any recoil on this weapon. Yeah, just a little bit of a trade-off. Feels like a little slower compared to the other 5.56 counterparts, but kind of fills it up with the stability that this weapon provides. Now, considering the circle has shifted a little bit, it's kind of a little towards that eastern side, still concentric little bit though. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming this time, howsoever, they finally managed to come through, right? All four of their players alive. We've got quite a lot of teams now trying to fight for some good positions, right? You've got the snake compounds, you've got fights maybe going to happen around the sugar cube hills, and so many of these teams have come in pretty close to each other. So this is where I guess finally we get to see some action, and possibly has to be one of the slowest starts that we've had in the PMPL so far.
Agreed. This time teams are approaching the game so cautiously, but Roland was not cautious. He was out there in the open and knocked out, and confirmation point has already been converted. 3x Esports, they were taken out pretty early in the first game they played. That was Miramar, and this time they are off to a very good start. 3 defeat points already in their favor. Zarbaf, Miracle, Cairo. I was so impressed by the gameplay of Cairo in PMPL 2021, I guess. 2022, I'm sorry. So yes, I'm looking forward to see the same kind of performance from the side of 3x Esports again. But right now, they are in the open. And they need to find a good compound, good hard cover for themselves. And talking about Raw officials, Claw, he needs to be prepared because Leo Esports, well, they are showing on the doorstep, and a Claw with a grenade is looking for some kind of opening. But can he find one? And yet Uta finds one, gets a confirmation onto Liquid. Predator also goes down through the scar of Yeta Uta. And Raw officials, they do have an upper hand. 2 players down from the side of Leo Esports. This is the moment when they can barge in. The DBS is already there. And close frontal battle, Yeta Uta takes down Haidami as well. And in a matter of few seconds, the entirety of Leo Esports has been wiped off.
Yeah, I mean, Leo Esports definitely not being able to find a footing inside this tournament so far. Getting eliminated quite early. It was just that first game of Erangel where they kind of produced a nice rotation, but still had lost 2 of their players pretty early into the game. So this is where they kind of need to go on a hard reset, figure out their style of play, and work on it, make a few tweaks here and there, because this time you could see Raw is one of those teams that if you kind of come knocking at their doors, they're not going to be waiting to greet you with garlands, but rather fill your heart with all that lead. But now, as you can see, kind of a formation of a farm circle. That is what is looking quite evident. Stalwart again having a major southern territorial control. But this is where I think they will need to kind of take the next step. This is where they need to regroup, reunite, and sort of, kind of even their resources out there. And because what I'm really fearing is maybe teams like Illuminate or even Magnus or MABETEX, somebody could strike in on their compounds. And Action, you would not want to leave him all alone. As DRS, they decide to enter in from the southern bridge, and are in real close proximities to the players of MABETEX. And considering, yes, Stalwart finally have decided they need to take over those compounds. Action, in fact, was kind of stalling, making sure that he was the one scouting for any potential threat. And now I think they figured out the spot that they wanted to take, and now the entire squad is now going to reunite. But you can see some movements happening around the northern area, where we've got the likes of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we've got T2K, Highvoltage, quite a Nepali cluster out there. But this is it, right? 52 Esports, 3 of their players grouped in that one little compound. Yeta Uta, if he has that information, if he wants to go hot, then trouble might be knocking on doors of 52 Esports.
There is a chance, and the way the players of Raw officials are spread, looks like the moment they find an opening or a knock onto 52, they will directly charge onto the compound. And looks like 52 Chotu, they have found a knock onto the players of I8. I'm not liking their position, because look at that. There are so many teams in the close proximity that one wrong peak from the side of I8, then player could be taken down. Yes, they can go for the rescue mission, they can go for the revival, but the resources, they also need to micromanage those resources, because if you use your 4 states in this circle, in stage 3 circle, you won't be having any of those in the final few circles. But talking about the team that is looking very promising are the players of NB Esports, Stalwart Esports, and MABETEX Esports as well. MABETEX coming from the complete eastern side. They do have a good area to hold on to for now, at least in this circle. But Highvoltage, well, the players are just having a little bit of the shag, and they've initiated fight, and Probe takes on Thor as well as Edgar from the moving vehicle. Enough damage has been done towards the side of TUF. M7 is trying to make a quick escape, but will he be allowed? Sunday Dish also goes down through a vehicle around nowhere coming from M7. But M7, how is he going to save himself? But he is going to retaliate as SKYLIGHTZ is doing a perfect third party taking down Praveen over there.
The entire hell suddenly decides to break loose, right? TUF, just a couple of seconds ago, they had all of their players and suddenly they're starting to lose down on numbers, right? Not the best of the game that TUF might have anticipated for themselves. But I8 look quite sturdy around those snaky areas. But now Stalwart Esports again just kind of rotating, trying to keep themselves situated around the center. Zebian all by his lonesome just around that farm area. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also decide to kind of rotate in. As there you have it, TUF one after the other. The numbers have already diminished and I think they're pretty much out of the server. As now Raw, they decide to head inside the circle and into a better position. Of course, they had heard those Car 98 shots, so they kind of have figured out that 52 Esports are right in front of them. So it's there's no point really to try and pick a fight against them, especially when they are a man down. But instead, they're kind of trying to just close in the gap and get inside the circle, get a good decent spot as Highvoltage. Oh, they were marching in, trying to get back to their teammates, but in the process, they have one of their players has gotten himself knocked out.
T2K, Highvoltage, Regicide, all these teams are so close to each other and so far away from the circle. Regicide have 2 players down. Even the players of Highvoltage are not looking so very promising right now. And T2K, they can capitalize and get those confirmation points for themselves and rank, accumulate more points and rank themselves a bit higher in the standings. But somewhere else on the map, the players of Quantum Rage and Stalwart Esports are also locking horns with each other. Stalwart, they do have a good compound to their name, but Jiggle takes down Rick from the moving vehicle, gets instant confirmation as well with that UMP 45, and now T2K, will they go for the revenge or will they prioritize the rotation, the circle, because they don't have the numbers. Only 2 players remaining from the side of T2K, and Highvoltage, 2 players rush directly towards Jane, but Jane takes Praveen down with that M416. At the same time, Malik gets an instant trade as well. Confirmation is there. Now Sanhok is coming in, looking for some revenge already dealt with by Miracle of 3x Esports. 3x did a perfect third party, and Highvoltage, they are going to be happy. 8 defeat points in their favor. They lost on to Cloud, but still looking very promising.
Yeah, this game looks really good for Highvoltage. I mean, especially how their body language has been. As there you go, Stalwart and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming dishing out enough damage as Quantum Rage, they bite the dust. And especially after having such a nice game in Miramar, this is not the outcome that they would have thought so far. But this was kind of expected considering, you know, we did not get to see a lot of those early battles heading on between all these teams. And suddenly when the circle starts shrinking, all these teams are fighting for territorial control. And as a result of which, yeah, these third parties do tend to happen. And yeah, one team just pests out the other. But for now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I think this has to be one of the better starts compared to the last game of Erangel that they had, as now Illuminate and 3x right opposite to each other. Especially Mom2, he needs to be careful. He cannot just reveal his position, but even for I8, they cannot directly push head on, right? Because Miracle has got a really nice angle. So, you know, until and unless they deal with Miracle or dish out some nice amount of damage and force him to go into hiding and trying to heal himself up, till then, you know, I don't think the possibilities of I8 striking are looking good. But right now, again, another circle shift has occurred and Stalwart find themselves right at the center of the circle. With a few more teams around them, I think we've got Vaz from Regicide, the lone survivor from his team. NB Esports kind of playing around that eastern territory. You've got SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we've got some compounds to their names. We've got Highvoltage DC also doing quite amazing in this particular game.
Well, Stalwart Esports, yes, they do have a good position. At the same time, they do have a good information because of the way they were changing their compounds. They have a lot of intel in this game about the opponent teams and the position they are holding, the compounds which they are holding. Yeah, they are looking very promising. But NB Esports, they are showing on the doorstep of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming over there. And SKYLIGHTZ, are they prepared for it? That's the main question. And AJ needs to buy some time as he has to patch himself up. At the same time, no fear. Pops that first hit, crucial first hit. NB Esports, they are very weak. they're on very low HP, and AJ with the grenade takes on one player, Fist Boy over there, and remaining players of NB Esports are also not looking so very good because of the way they are pinned down, and this grenade from the side, Mondo takes on Mafia Ninja over there. The trades are coming back and forth, and Mondo with another grenade is looking for some opening. Can he find that? That's the main thing.
Oh my god. Now this is where things are starting to really get heated up over here. I mean, NB Esports, they have knocked in on the doors of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but look at that. All those grenades just falling right at their faces. Mondo, he's fallen down. Sek not at the best of HPs, as Fistboy also trying to find something out from over here. Suddenly a grenade or something comes in. In fact, Nima blows himself up. It is going to be a Kaza who takes down No Fear, but Fistboy, everybody going suicidal over here. I cannot really process what is happening, as AJ deciding to finally come in, as NB Esports realize that the time is right. This is where I think SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are at their weakest, but they have their own troubles to deal with. They need to get their players alive as well. Fistboy hasn't really healed himself up, really at very low HP, as he flunks that grenade right at Nima's direction, and yes, he succeeds. Another knock comes in for NB Esports, but how do they push considering the situations right now? No Fear really needs to administer that first hit. AJ is already lying in the balcony, as he's got that DBS locked and loaded, needs to go out and slap it right at the opponent's faces, as Fistboy decides to just charge in, and AJ goes falling down. It has all come down to No Fear, who's trying to keep a really nice stronghold, has in fact indeed has managed to do so. Two players already taken down, and Fistboy having no first aids to heal, trying to search through the enemy's crates, still does not find any.
And now NB Esports, they have to deal with the third party as well, coming from the side of Highvoltage DC, and Akaze deals with it perfectly by finding one knock, and Fistboy with the grenade gets a confirmation onto No Fear. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have been eliminated, but Highvoltage DC, they are still in the close proximity, and NB Esports, they are at the weakest point. This is the moment for Highvoltage to strike, and they are striking with that Molotov, gets a confirmation. Fistboy is still bleeding. Akaze is still looking for some time as he pops that first aid. Three players of Highvoltage. A 1v3 situation right in front of Akaze. Can he deal with it? No, he can't. And Malik eliminates NB Esports. After getting 4 elimination, NB Esports bids bye-bye. But Highvoltage, the opportunistic one, 10 defeat points already in their pockets. Looking so very good. And now they have a very good compound to their name.
They are the hungry wolves in the server. You know, running in packs, finding opponents at their weakest and charging and taking them down. Highvoltage, they're doing a lot. 10 eliminations already to their names, and they seem to be stopping at nothing at all over here. As right now, I8 and MABETEX, a fight that has broken out quite in the open. You know, both these teams have suffered a few casualties. Of course, Leo has come to the aid of Baron, as now Wally just trying to, you know, drizzle a few bullets here and there, hoping that a few might connect through that smoke. Once that smoke dissipates, I think MABETEX will have much more of a vivid picture of what to do next. But right now, MABETEX also needs to focus to trying and get their forces inside the zone, especially with DRS watching out for them. It's going to be quite difficult. That long nade being dropped over, as 3x, they've been eliminated, but I8, they're still surviving. At this point, MABETEX, well, they will have to, you know, tuck their tails and run, try to get inside the circle, but Wally has had other intentions, and now he has to deal with the brunt of things, as he's been taken down, with I8 getting that little bit of an advantage. Now, it all comes down to Baron to try to keep the forces of I8 at bay, and at the same time, try to get their teammate back alive.
But look at the position of DRS fixes. They are placed perfectly to do a third party. If not third party, at least gatekeep both the players of I8 and MABETEX Esports. It's not going to be an easy journey inside the circle for I8, especially the way they are on foot. No vehicle whatsoever. MABETEX Esports, they are also trying to move inside the circle. Leo can be that anchor who can bring his teammates. But I8, oh, they are not looking good. They are going down either by the players of DRS or by the blue zone, considering the position which they are having. But looks like they have found a vehicle. And DRS, now I'm worried about DRS as well, because MABETEX and I8, maybe at the same time they can start charging it towards DRS, and maybe they won't be able to defend the compound, but they are prepared. They are ready. Killer with that grenade is already ready to bring those openings. But MABETEX, they are trying to converge the compound from multiple direction, but they also need to watch the 6 because we have Highvoltage, and Woofy along with his teammate charges directly onto the compound of DRS, takes one player down, but Baron will steal all the glory because he deals with Sky of I8, and with that, Team I8 down to only a solo player, and his position has been compromised, and Valley with that vehicle was looking for a run over, but DRS is the one that is going to deal with him, and now I8, they have been eliminated, and Valley finds a beautiful knock onto Gyante.
Just a couple of moments earlier, DRS were at the best possible spot, and suddenly they're on the verge of being extinct from the server. With Delta, the final player, surviving, MABETEX really capitalizing on the opportunity that they had in front of them. It was absolute chaos, anarchy around us, and out of that, MABETEX seemed to have benefited massively. I could not understand what was Ganthe doing. So much out of position, and suddenly DRS, having to deal with it as Delta tries to reposition himself. But I think his spot has been compromised as Wally, he's gonna take his sweet time, just trying to drip the HP off out of Delta over there. Those grenades being flung over at his direction. They have a slight idea of where he is positioned. Those nades being lobbed at his direction, and Delta, not a lot of space to run and hide. He has to face the inevitable. He has to find the forces of MABETEX. Now the numbers are slowly falling down. Kessie has been dealt with. Now we've got Leo. Somewhere down the line, Leo needs to kind of focus on trying to get Kessie back up, which he eventually does. But look at Chickle. Slowly but surely trying to close in the gap. And this is where things get really interesting, because now Leo has also fallen down as Delta off to a 1v1 against Wally. He's got that HP. Now all he needs to do is just land the final nail in the coffin and get the job up for DRS, as MABETEX again trying to breach in through the doors. But still, they've got their own troubles one after the other. The players are definitely trying to fall down, and Delta somehow, against all odds, clutches it out, taking down 3 players and wiping MABETEX out of the picture as Highvoltage, look at them, completely surround Delta at this point. Now with just these 2 teams remaining, Delta all by his lonesome. He's done that 1v3 in the past. Can he do that again, Shadow? No, it's not gonna happen, as Highvoltage DC clinched the chicken dinner in an amazing fashion.
Highvoltage, they were a pack of hungry lads, hungry for those elimination, and finally they get the winner chicken dinner as well. And in the overall ranking, they have been placed at the top spot right now with 16 elimination, total of 26 points for themselves.
Absolute ruthless aggression being shown, and that is how they have taken their top spot in the overall standings.
सब कुछ मेरे हाथ में है। कोई ये सप्लाई इस तरह मुझसे चीट कर दो दिखाओ।
इतना ये क्या है? What is this?
इस बार मैं नहीं हारूंगी। हाँ। ये कुछ भी नहीं है मेरे आगे। चलो इन दो की धुलाई करें।
इतना देख के
You know what you have to do. Squad of the Donkey King, right? Releasing on the 14th of April, and which has in fact done already. So coming down, I think pretty much all of you might be having a really good time. But yes, coming back to this particular matchup, folks, it was such a nice one, right? Especially Highvoltage, they deserve this chicken dinner. Just the right sort of style of play, being visible from their side every single time. They found somewhere an opportunity was knocking on their door. They were there to seize it. They did everything right, and Malik clearly has to be my MVP, of course, considering how it was. But yes, towards the end, DRS Delta did whatever was possible under his control. I mean, taking down the entire squad of MABETEX all by his lonesome. It was a 1v3 that he committed towards the end, but eventually it was just a little too much.
Well, yes, especially when his position was compromised, the players of Highvoltage knew exactly where Delta is hiding in that compounds. So yes, he was also not prepared because he just clutched against the players of MABETEX Esports. Had DRS had the numbers in their favor, maybe this could have been the game because of the hard compound which they had in their advantage, but the numbers were not there. And the MVP this time is going to be Malik from the side of Highvolt. 8 elimination, 1161 damage that he was dishing out. He was doing so much for his team. The moment Highvoltage, they dropped in towards the side of Ruins and Rozhok area. From there, they started on their journey, eliminating squad after squad. And Malik, well, his contribution in all those fights was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Malik, right from the very start, we could see him do so much for his team, and that is pretty much evident, right? 1,000 plus already points of damage. You, of course, got even Jiggle, and I think it comes down to the kind of the limbs that they've managed to accrue for their squad, right? Delta, there you can see those 5 eliminations. The 3 really came in towards pretty much the very end, but Vaz also did a decent job in surviving for his team, especially when Regicide had lost out on so many of their players. For MABETEX, Leo, he was the one just kind of being the hard hitter, but seems like it's Malik all over the place, just sparring Wally, who's got some nice healings done.
Well, MABETEX Esports, they're also looking so very promising. It's just that they were engaged in multiple fights. Yes, they were dealing with the players of IA. At the same time, they were dealing with the players of DRS. But that 1v3 from the side of Delta, that MABETEX Esports didn't anticipate at all. He had the perfect angle from that window where the player was going for the rescue mission onto his fallen comrade. And that was the moment Delta striked in. And in the match ranking, Highvoltage DC, they are sitting at the top with 26 points. MABETEX Esports on the second with 12 points. Kudos to the elimination points which they have accumulated for themselves. DRS also a 1v3 coming in, and total of 12 points sitting on the third spot.
Yeah, I think 26 points. This is what kind of has helped them to propelled up to the first position, because I kind of felt that DRS might be the one taking the first spot, right? Especially how consistent they have been in the 2 games that they've played, right? The first game they come in, get a chicken. The second one, a second spot, completely a-okay. But MABETEX has also done quite decent. Regicide, even considering the kind of circumstances that they were under, were quite dire. They still managed to seize 8 points out of this game. For I8, this must be one of their best games so far. 7 points out of this one, but Leo, Quantum Rage, 52 Esports, finding really nothing out of this one. TUF, Magnus also, even Stalwarts at the very same spots, did not get a lot over here constantly. It was kind of a rather slower game where, everybody was trying to settle in and get inside the circle. But for a moment, it felt like Stalwart was in a good position. T2K, I could barely see them fighting at all. Raw Officials had a really good squad wipe, but barring that, nothing else was visible from their side. But there you can see 8 position points jump for Highvoltage DC as they take that first spot in the overall standings, as DRS still hold on to the second.
Yes, they are still sitting on the second spot with the consistency coming in from their side. MABETEX Esports, they have stepped up by 2 positions. They are sitting on the third spot with 26 points. And Regicide, this time they stepped up big time. Now they are in the top 6, sitting on the 6th spot with only 17 points. They have a long journey. If they want to stay in the top 5, they have a long journey because the point difference is way too much. On the other side, talking about 52 Esports, no point at all. 52 Esports, day number 1 is not going in their favor. And Leo Esports, Magnus Esports, I'm surprised to see the name of Magnus Esports right at the bottom of overall ranking, because this is something we didn't expect. Yes, in the match number 1, they didn't expect the compound to be held by the players of Raw Officials. They were not prepared for that fight. But match number 2 also going down the drain. Only 6 points to their name.
Yeah, and this is where, even my concerns with Magnus Esports are also coming true, because Magnus Esports is one of those upper echelons of the Pakistani esports we have from PUBG Mobile. So considering that, especially when you look at the counterparts, Agon 8, fending off quite well, doing pretty good. They've got a chicken dinner. Magnus Esports really need to bounce back in, as we are already down with 3 of our games, out of which we could see the Nepali domination clearly has been the case over here. As we head into the map of Sanhok, where we've got teams from Group B sitting out on this one. So NB Esports, Illuminate Crew, Raw Esports, and Quantum Rage. We're not going to be seeing anything from their side, as we have Group C now coming back into the fray. So for Miracle Vibes, IHC, Aegon I8, and 7th Element, all 4 of them would be also joining back in, and this is where things really might get interesting at Paradise Resort. Hoping for some really nice battle to break out amongst these teams, which sort of brings us to the next thing that we're gonna do is start predicting. So Shadow, who do you think has got this one?
Okay, I'll go with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Yes, they are not having the best of the time today, but
Alright.
maybe in the map of Sanhok, they can do really good.
Alright, so you're gonna be hopeful that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming comes out soon in this one. I think I would want to go with for Miracle Vibes on this one. I don't know, I just get that vibe that yeah, maybe for Miracle Vibes could come in strong, because they fought that one game of break in the previous one, where they kind of ponder over the mistakes that they were making and really come back with a bang, right? Because for now, this is where the next game will also go in, where we don't have Group A playing anymore. So no more of Highvoltage, no more of Stalwart, Leo, and TUF. So that's going to be the final game of Erangel. But now heading into Sanhok, this is where things would be a little dicey, because throughout the SA PMPL finals, the one that I did cast, so what we witnessed was a lot of those northern circles forming for us, right? Not a lot of things happening down south. Now hoping for a little bit of a southern circle, maybe around Sanhok this time. We would want to see something happen around the Painan areas and all, especially considering that the healing battle is completely thrown out of the window. You cannot do that. You have to engage in fights, and it gets so difficult in such a small map like Sanhok.
But this time, Highvoltage, they are going to be pretty happy, because there is no Sitem Esports, there is no Deadeye guys, so they can have the entire northwestern island and the compounds to their names. So yes, Highvoltage, they are also looking very promising. If again we see a northern circle, maybe the players of Highvoltage will perform really good. But Paradise Resort, I want to see who is going towards that side, because there is no Illuminate Crew, there is no NB Esports, so there is no drop collision. Or maybe there can be multiple drop collisions, because 2 teams can have the same mind that they want to go towards Paradise.
A lot of changes have, of course, happened, right? We did see even DRS in the game of Erangel go down south this time around, considering the fact that we did not have both Aegon I8 and MABETEX playing in. So yeah, teams have done their homework. Teams have figured out what needs to be done in order to try and win this one. And this is the right time where you kind of explore your possibilities, because we know Stalwart, they're not a team that will kind of engage in on you early on, unless until you poke the bear, right? Once you do that, then that's where you've decided to face karma. So yeah, that has been the scene. DRS have figured out, Stalwarts, until and unless they're not in a good position, they do not like to pick off the fight. So it's better, just take over military base, get your loot done, and then move in from there. And I think DRS benefited massively from that. I could see in that fight against MABETEX, it was complete commotion. We had so many of those squads. Even I8 was, in fact, Illuminate crew was around the areas, and there is where we spotted some players of DRS just kind of going out of cover, especially Gyantya.
Yeah.
I had no idea what on earth was he doing, so out from where he was supposed to be. And that had to happen, right? Even if you deal with the players of I8, you should have understood that the players of MABETEX were there. That could cause some hurt, and that is what they did. And yeah, Delta, nice clutch towards the end, but it was Highvoltage, nice spread, and they got that chicken dinner. So so far, I mean, we haven't seen a single Mongolian team get a chicken dinner. So hoping that this would be the case, at least they could achieve one in this Sanhok.
I have to agree. Yes, Mongolian domination is not there on day number 1. Maybe from day number 2 they'll start stepping up, because Stalwart Esports and 4MV, it has always been the pattern that on the first day and second day they start doing the comeback. First day is not their day, so from the second day maybe 4MV and Stalwart Esports will start raining death and destruction. The domination will be there. But on the talking about the fight which happened between the players of MABETEX and DRS, they could have thrown some smoke to have the soft cover for themselves rather than going out in the open, but that was not the case. Instead, they were waiting with those grenades that in case MABETEX and IA they charge in towards that, then they'll create some opening through those grenades. Rather, they could have deployed some smoke, have a soft cover in case you have to leave the compound and go out in the open. But I think DRS, they have learned their lesson, but still they are the most consistent one, I have to say. DRS, they were the inconsistent one in the PMPL SA, but now they are the consistent ones.
Yeah, especially when they realize, they might have been taking things for granted. It's better to just kind of come back in, look really strong, get back to your old winning ways. I think they want to kind of build up a momentum. But enough talk right now, because we in fact have the game readied up for you guys. As again, 64 players will be coming into the lobby. It's going to be Sanhok. Everybody's favorite map, because from a player's perspective might not be the case, but from a viewer's perspective you're gonna see constant action, constant battle between all these players just going after each other's blood. But right now the flight path trajectory already in front of us, and this is quite different, to be honest, right? We kind of are treading in a different fashion this time. However, as you can see, it is going to be from the northern side, from Khao towards Nakam. So teams dropping off at Kampong. Dogs need to really glide themselves right out there. But interestingly, it's going to be I'm kind of keen to see where the circle really forms. Is it going to be a western one, or is it going to be something around maybe Painan or Camp Charlie or Sami, like I want?
I hope it goes towards south, because that is where the most majority of the rotations will come in. But looks like we already have a first blood situation brewing up between Stalwart Esports and 3x Esports. 3x, 3 plus already down. What just happened? And Cairo with their DBS, can he take some revenge over there? He can't. And Stalwart Esports, the Mongolian aggression which we were talking about fixes, looks like it's back. It's back. Stalwart Esports off to a very good start, already making a statement that bootcamp is their home ground and no one can do damage towards them.
Now, I do not really understand why 3x decided to drop in on Stalwart Esports, because I think ever since we've seen Stalwart Esports play, they have pretty much made the bootcamp their home. We know you've seen so much drama around the drop locations, and goes on to think that team really having the grit and determination to contest them on their very spot is actually surprising. I mean, I wouldn't have been baffled if 3x decided to drop on those 3 warehouses up north, but no, they decided to take a direct drop fight where it is pretty much RNG. Pretty much whoever gets that first weapon is in a better spot, gets those picks. And Stalwart, they've been doing this from a long time. So clearly did have that upper advantage, did, capitalize on that situation. And 3x Esports, in the blink of an eye, they have been eliminated from the server.
Happening again. It's the second time. In Miramar also, they were taken out pretty early in the game. They were the first one, in fact, to be taken out. In the Sanhok also, they just had one good game up until now. So 3x Esports, they need to find what is happening wrong. On the other side, IHC Godless in the wrong territory, already dealt by the players of TUF. And TUF, well, they got a defeat point, but IHC, they need to play the remaining game with 3 players only, and even they are not in the best of the position right now, because maybe the players of TUF can hunt for them. And look like Ziol, his position has been compromised. No, not yet, but M7 needs to be a bit cautious. Yes, he's scouting the area. They do know that there could be players present in this close proximity, so maybe TUF will now try to reposition themselves and have a better compound for themselves.
One thing about Stalwart Shadow is the fact that they've kind of lost out on tops. It's one of those casualties you really cannot afford, right? Because tops, the MVP of PMPL, and yeah, that is sort of inevitable that when a team comes for a drop collision, somebody has to, suffer a casualty. Not just the right man to go down there. But still, I think might just guide his team to victory. But for now, we could see TUF trying to just try and close in the gap on the players of IHC, who are, to be honest, quite split apart from each other. And haven't really seen IHC resorting to such a drop. But it is what it is at this point, because another fight might be in the making, right? There you can see Zyor taking down one of the players of TUF, M7, down on his knees. But there's a fight kind of brewing up around the Camp Alpha area. You've got the winners of the previous chicken dinner, Highvoltage DC, going up against 7th Element. Now that is a fight that I'll be really looking forward to, because both these teams are not just outside of the circle, but they're also on the Western Island. So both of them have to rotate in pretty early, but they just can't do it completely with complete safety, right? There has to be a fight, a little bit of roughing up between these players, and there you go. Just as we speak, Divine gets his hand on Prabeen and takes him out.
And now Highvoltage left with only 3 players. Highvoltage, they are so aware of this area that I thought for a second, yes, they will be able to deal with the players of 7th Element. Had they taken the northern route from the side of Hathin towards the Cow area, they would have found a safer path inside the circle, but rather they chose to fight with the players of 7th Element, and with the Molotov, finds 1 knock onto Tabby over there. So damage is being done, trades are coming back and forth. And Tabby, there is no chance that he can be saved in this situation. He's so far away from his teammates. And look at the split that is coming from the side of 7th Element. Oh, they're not looking so very good. Yes, they are trying to escape from this fight, back off from this fight. And Highvoltage, well, they're looking for some action. And they have all the right reasons to do so, because in the overall ranking, they are sitting on a very comfortable spot. And it's day 1. They can try and accumulate as many points as much possible, go for the aggressive stance, which they are trying to do so right now. But for now, Reggie's side also, they are in some trouble, as one of the player has been taken down, and Stalwart Esports, having a better position, having a higher ground on themselves, is looking for some good knocks and confirmation, but they need to watch their back, because TUF is also in the close proximity. Noki is going for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammates, but look at the amount of throwables being used. And Roshan has been taken down by the players of 52 Esports. A perfect third party happening. And Stalwart Esports, now they also need to be a bit cautious as they are moving forward, charging towards the players of Reggie's side. But are the players of Reggie's side prepared? Yes, there is a soft cover of the smokes, but that is not going to save as action comes and takes down Noki over there. But the trades are coming in as Stalwart Esports, and Zed has already been taken down.
Yeah, but still somehow Stalwart Esports managing to remedy the hemorrhage. Over here, when things looked really tight, they figured their way out through, and having taken down yet another squad, 2 of the Pakistani teams being dealt with. And Stalwart, they're going to be enjoying this, right? Especially after kind of a really rough start, to be honest, because, they've been getting those elims, right? But it is the position points that they've been having majority of their difficulties with, and they would be hopeful that things change this time around. But still, despite the fact that they did not have tops with them, Action has gotten back into his old forms, his old ways. And Nirzid, he's one of those players who has gained some massive popularity amongst the Stalwart fans. And well, did I just jinx it? Because Formidable Vibes from backline spot out the players of Stalwart, and they realized that yes, they were already a man down. And now getting this there's the second player knocked out. They have got the entire avenue to try and push in on them. As now with just Icy surviving over there along with Action, how long can they hold? Because I really want to see that action brew out between them. As not just that, you also got TUF trying to capitalize on the opportunity as Edgar from the backlines knocks Action out of picture. As Nirzed, he is really caught in the between of 2 teams over here, with Joker trying to get in close. He's just murdered him, rammed his vehicle around him as Icy falls down. As for Medical Vibes, pushing in, closing in on the distance at the very same moment, now have another threat to deal with, and that is going to be TUF.
Well, for MV, they're also not having the best of the time today, but TUF, they have managed to get 2 defeat points in this one. They don't have the numbers advantage, and 52 Esports, they are also in the close proximity. So let's see what's going to happen as 4MV Doc being one with the nature, not trying not to give any sort of sound cues, but there is no hard cover. And the moment the plus of 4MV gets spotted down, TUF will put an end to them, and vice versa can also happen. We have MABETEX Esports as well in the close proximity. So many teams are trying to have the center control for themselves. The circle can go either ways. It can go towards the side of Camp Alpha Island, that is keeping all the teams confused right now. But Apex expose himself, takes a little bit of the damage, but now he has a hard cover that he can hide behind that rock. Kind of a stalemate situation. Both these teams are approaching the fight so very cautiously. Joker Sir with the Molotov is trying to dish some damage, forcing Apex to move backwards. But still, the majority of the control is in the hands of 4MV right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, TUF, they was just trying to be opportunistic, right? They figured out this is the moment where Stalwart, they're hurt. I think that's the perfect time to add some salt to their injuries, but in doing so have kind of been susceptible to fire. But nice trade coming in from Thor, but again, for Medical Vibes being prepared for such a situation as Edgar needs to tuck his tail and run. But now that is not where the woes of for Medical Vibes might have ended, because MABETEX from the far off raid, they also decide to strike. So a lot of these teams are kind of trying to group up around that central spot, trying to get that certain control over that circle. As now Edgar, considering the fact that one of the players of for Medical Vibes was knocked earlier, he gets to go inside and enjoy some safe covers. But Ziol still managing to salvage, I think, an elimination out of MABETEX. So fights happening everywhere. I love it.
So am I. Sanhok, being the typical Sanhok, so very fast, and so many fights are happening right now. Edgar, yes, he's having a good comfort for himself, but for MV, they have the numbers. TUF, only one player remaining in the circles. This is the moment that is going to decide the fate of so many teams if it goes towards Paradise Resort. 3 teams on the Camp Alpha Island, they have to go for the rotation, but I would love it if it goes towards Camp Alpha side, but that's not the case. That's not gonna happen. And DRS and Highvoltage can also go up against each other. But right now, Zen is in a very tricky spot. Egonix IA 3+ are hunting for him, looking for him. But Zen, with the DBS in hands, it's still a doable situation. It's a DBS after all. He can do a 1v3. We just saw MABETEX Esports also. Valley goes down. There is no chance now to save him. But from the backlines, IQ is also providing so much intel, and the team is charging under his supervision. And let's see how the players of Magnus Esports can survive the wrath of I8.
Yeah, I mean, this was so well calculated, right? And yeah, IQ is one of those supports for his team, always on the back lines, make sure he's got a different angle for himself. As MABETEX, they've been taken down pretty early, and this time it's going to be Leo doing out dishing out some damage out there, but in the process of doing so has also managed to knock himself out. And Liquid will be the one, gets a few vehicle limbs over there, but Magnus for now, they're doing A-okay, right? Yeah, of course, Zen has fallen down. Faster and Rollin still alive. Zibian also had been picked off pretty early. As for Medical Vibes, now charge in the doors of Edgar. Finally, they've realized that they've got some moment to breathe, and they know there is a snake in the hiding. As Edgar, he's been flushed out of his covers. As there you go, East with his arm, getting that final limb. And they're just like that. TUF, they've been eliminated at the 12th spot.
They have now only 11 teams remaining, but IQ, they have another victim, that is IHC, as Domo has been taken down, leaving Alex and Ziol by himself. Alex is going for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammate, and this is the moment when the players of Egonix I8 can charge in, and the way they are converging the players from 3 different directions, I don't think IHC can stand any chance right now. But yes, Demo is again back in the game, and Alex goes down by IQ. The UMP is coming into the action. At the same time, 4MV, they are also in the close proximity, but I'm worried about Ziol. His position has been compromised, and Ghost will deal with him. But that IHC, they have been eliminated, but now Egonix I8, They have to deal with other teams also in the close proximity, but so far, without facing any casualty against IA, they have managed to get good defeat points in their favor. But I think I spoke way too soon because Ghost has been eliminated by East.
Yeah, and one after the other, the numbers keep tumbling down. Right, for Medical Vibes, having that terrain advantage, really capitalized, realized that Aegon I8 were trying to make it inside the circle. And just when they had all 4 players are now reduced to just 2 in this particular situation, for Medical Vibes, they're gotta be, treading carefully, because at this point, you've got a lot of the other teams also. Even Magnus have been spotted out. IQ, I think he has no intention of taking that fight. Apologies there. But somewhere down the line, I think for Medical Vibes would be hoping that they get inside the circle pretty soon, and then they could think about counting their chickens.
And right now, the team that is in a very good spot are the players of 52 Esports. They have that compound to their name near that river bank. So yes, they are looking. And the moment I say Jalad has been taken down by the players of Leo Esports, and now 52 Esports looks like they're also locking horse. But it's a contestation for that compound. Yes, 52 Esports, they have to defend because Leo Esports, they're eyeing that very compound. And slowly, the players of 4MV, they're also moving forward inside the circle. Sooner or later, they will try to challenge the players of 52. So now 52, they have to defend the compound if they want a chicken dinner for themselves. And looks like Doc knows exactly where Hassan is, trying to pepper few bullets, trying to close in the distance. At the same time, the teams who are coming from the northern side are the players of 7th Element and T2K. So there is a very high probability that on the northern front of the circle, we can see a fight brewing up.
Yeah, I mean, the circle has taken a really, drastic shift. Not the kind of a circle that we are privy to on multiple occasions, but this is what it is, right? 52 Esports are in a really good spot over here, and Aegon I8's IQ, the final surviving member of his team, has dished out some massive amount of damage to the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And Nima seems to have a little bit of cover to work with, but valiant effort from IQ. But that's all that Aegon I8, they're gonna get 5 elim points out of this game, as suddenly we see that battle between 7th Element and T2K finally coming true. Suyog kind of hiding around the smoke, just trying to play it around as Divine decides to charge in, as Tokusaurus and his teammate have been dealt with from the backlines, as just like that, 7th Element, they've been wiped in thin air.
Well, they have. And T2K, all kudos to them. 3 defeat points in their favor right now. T2K, they have to move inside the circle where the players of Leo Esports might be waiting for them. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also fixes. They're going for a very late rotation, and they're bearing the brunt of the blue where one player has been taken down. And let's hope SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they make it to the safety of the circle. If not, they won't be getting too many points in the map of Sanhok right now. But yes, T2K, they have the entire northern control in their favor. DRS, they're also trying to come from the western front. On the bridge, we have the players of Highvoltage. But 52, everyone is eyeing that very compound. So it's very important for 52 to defend it. But for now, Cloud has been taken down by Chotu over there. And Malik, there is no chance that he can go for the rescue mission right now onto him. But DRS Delta can definitely steal that elimination point, and he was trying to do so, but no, Chotu was quick to pull that trigger and gets the confirmation. Now Highvoltage, they have been left with only 2 players remaining, that too inside the water.
I really like how they've positioned Choto, right? Because at the point, at this pretty much this area, he's got so much vision going on for him, right? He can cut out the flanks, and that is exactly what he's been trying to do so far. Because 52 Esports, the other players are kind of holding on to the compound. Hassan is holding the other flank. So 52 Esports, I think they've checked all corners, right? They're doing everything right. All they've got to do and ensure is try and, keep their players alive. They cannot afford to even have a single one of them getting knocked out, because this is a risky strat, but it pays massively. But DRS, there you go. One after the other, the numbers are falling down. 52 Esports racking up a lot of those elim points. In fact, for Choto, it's 4 on the board already. Now, Killer Whitey, he's struggling a little bit to try and get inside the blue. But for now, T2K also have a good spot along with Team Leo. Now, if the circle takes that shift towards the northern side, it has Team T2K written all over it. Unless and until it goes down a little south, where 52 Esports, they might have a chance on racking up a few points up the leaderboards.
Well, certainly they can rank themselves up, but right now Malik is in a lot of trouble because his position has been compromised, and Chotu with that last Molotov was trying to dish some damage, but unfortunately Malik has survived. On the other side, 4MV, they're also charging towards a compound of 52 Esports, and the split is not working in their favor as Asad has been taken down and leaving Jalad all by himself, and now he's trying to scuttle back to the safety. And 4MV, now they will have the entire control of that compound, but the circle is in the favor of Leo Esports and T2K. G2K, yes, they are in a split position. At the same time, they do have a lot of intel and information onto the opponent team that is going to come very handy in this final circles. But 52, how they are going to move inside the circle?
Oh, at this point, what 52 Esports would be hoping for is that Highvoltage DC do not come in barging on their doors, because now they've got to deal with threats from multiple directions, right? And for Miracle Vibes will constantly be posing a threat. And Jiggle, he's been dealt with, but Hassan manages to spot out the players of For Miracle Vibes, but the trades also does come in, but the damage has been done. And just before anything could go on for Miracle Vibes, the numbers are starting to diminish. They need to get those revives pretty early. It's the 6th circle. The damage, it's going to be massive, as there's no chance on earth they can actually get in, because with Leo watching out, 52 Esports also being there, so difficult for the players of Miracle Vibes to rotate around. But 52 Esports have also somehow started to close in on the gap, as Jalad and Choto, they've made it into that little compound. But look at those grenades go. Jalad completely just being peppered and fried with all those bullets, as now Choto, the final player surviving. And amidst all that, Malik, he's been doing a majority of that heavy lifting, right? Has already gotten his team that top 5 position, has also made it to the top 4 right now. As Leo Esports, they look quite comfortable, but I still feel that T2K have got this, because, Leo Esports are kind of clustered up in that one compound only. Whereas, if you take a look at T2K, they're kind of evenly spread out. They've got that terrain advantage, which they can use to their favor.
Agreed, 100% agreed. But the elimination points which Leo Esports are having, even if they don't get a chicken dinner, I think in the match ranking, they'll be on the top. 10 elimination already in the pocket. T2K Esports, the circle shift is going to decide so many things right now. Yes, they have the height advantage, but Leo Esports, I don't think they are going to come out in the open. They're not taking any sort of risk at this point. And Haidami waiting patiently, looking at the resources also. Leo Esports, they do have good amount of molotovs and grenades to take down the players of T2K, and both these teams are approaching the fight so very cautiously. They both are eyeing for the chicken dinner, and I think this is the first game where I'm seeing the players of T2K having a very good run in the map of Sanhok, because T2K always tend to shine in Erangel and Miramars. So looks like for South Asia Championship, T2K, they have worked on the weak map, but the blue is catching up, and Slipknot plays perfectly, takes on one player from the side of T2K, and now T2K, they're falling down like a pack of dominoes. Only one player remaining, hiding in the smoke rig. There is no chance that he can clutch at this point.
Yeah, barely any. Right out in the open without any cover, as there you go, Leo. They finally clinched their first chicken dinner, and what a way to start things off in the first day for these lads, as it is again another one coming in from the Nepali boys. Now finally find themselves at the 4th spot in the overall rankings. But look at those elimination numbers, 14 for themselves, 24 points accrued from this very one match, and this is massive to boost their confidence.
Yes, definitely Leo Esports, because they were not having a very good run. Even during the later stages, they were suffering, but now they are back in the action.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching the PMPL South Asian Championship 2023, the spring split, as we finally done and dusted with the fourth map of the evening. That was Sanhok, as Leo Esports have managed to successfully clinch a chicken dinner in this one, and with some big numbers on board. I think I really loved how patient they were towards that very end, did not overstep, rather just were kind of getting an equal measure of where the opponents are, how the surroundings are. I think for T2K, they were doing fairly well up until that final circle shift down south, because had that not been the case, had they not had to be forced out of their cover, I think this could have gone either way, Shadow.
Agreed. Yes, it could have gone either ways. They were forced to rotate. They were forced to come out in the open, and Slipknot was placed perfectly. He capitalized. He took down one player, and one player was taken down by the play zone, leaving Rig all by himself. Yes, the smoke was there, but a 1v3, 1v4 against Leo Esports in that situation was impossible. And Slipknot did so much in that final few moments. He's the MVP with 6 eliminations, 727 damage, 2 assists, perfect stats coming from his side.
Yeah, I think this was sort of anticipated, because, taking a look at Leo Esports, they were kind of struggling, right? In the very beginning, they'd also lost out on 2 of their players in the first game, and things started tumbling down up until this point. Sanhok is one of the maps where anybody could just go on and get a chicken dinner. All you've got to do is have the right cover, be in the right position, and take the right choices, right? You just cannot fire bullets just like that. It has to involve a purpose. And Leo Esports, what they did right was first block off for Miracle Vibes, then also did not let 52 Esports come in. And when they knew that they just have to deal with T2K, they were fairly ready for that as well. As we take a look at the top players in the lobby this time around, Slipknot, East, IQ, Choto, and Liquid. Some usual suspects there, with Choto finally making his way in. So 52 Esports, Choto, I think the way he was holding on to that western flank for their team was really nice. And yeah, at this point 52 Esports really have to kind of just cast their luck in that situation, because had the circle shifted on them, then I think this chicken dinner could have also been there.
Yeah, 100% agree. Choto, in that situation, he did create some trouble for the players of Highvoltage as well. He was placed perfectly, but even the players of 52 Esports had some issues because of 4MV marching towards them. But thankfully, the circle shifted away, and 4MV, they prioritized the rotation at that point. But yes, 52 Esports, they have also started stepping up in this particular Sanhok game. Talking about the match summary, Slipknot having the highest elimination, the highest damage was by East of 4MV. 4MV, they were trying to come from the southern side. They were engaging in so many fights. Yes, the highest damage is there, but at the same time, they were also taken out pretty early. So the chicken dinner is still far away from the players of 4MV. Haidami having the highest assist, and Nima having the highest healing stun, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were playing a very safe gameplay. They were going for those late rotation, bearing the brunt of the blue. That's why such a high number.
Yeah, and coming back to the match rankings, right? Leo Esports much needed 24 points, and you could see how the scales are being tipped, right? And suddenly 24 points in a good position, get that chicken dinner for Miracle Vibes. I think their aggression has been the key pretty much, and been pretty opportunistic, getting a lot of eliminations in the game. 13 points for them also. T2K also with that 12. Aegon I8 have been a little consistent, right? Kudos to IQ to hold on for so long. But Stalwart, despite having such a nice start, they eliminated 3x. They went down and finished off Regicide, but it felt like it was too much on their plate to handle. As we do have the overall rankings, Highvoltage DC still at the very top spot with 41 points. We've got DRS Gaming with 38. Aegon I8, well, they have now come down to that third spot. And Leo Esports, look at that, a massive 15 position points jump. I don't think I've seen that previously happening. But yes, this is it. This is how competitive the SS Championship has become.
It's just day number 1. Day number 1, the overall ranking are so volatile that just by having a one very aggressive and good gameplay, you can rank yourself very high in the overall ranking. But it's very difficult to do the same thing on the last day. So yes, Leo Esports, they have started stepping up on the correct day. On the other side, talking about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this time they have stepped up by getting good points for themselves. But still, this is not the position where we want to see the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Only 10 points to their name. So yes, SKYLIGHTZ also need to find that one good game for themselves, and so do the players of Magnus Esports, again on the 17th spot with just 8 points to their name.
Yeah, I think considering how things are going on, anything and everything is possible over here, even for the likes of NB, Illuminate, because NB Esports, I mean, considering how they were playing in the SA finals, it's kind of surprising to see them in that spot. Maybe they will take their sweet time to settle in. There's still a lot of games to go, but right now, folks, we're down to our last game of the evening, and it feels like time is just passed by. Right now, in this one, we will have teams from Group A sitting this one out. So no more Stalwart Esports, no more Leo Esports, no more Highvoltage, and no more of Team TUF, as NB Esports, Illuminate Crew, Raw Esports, and Quantum Rage, they make their way back in. So now, considering how Erangel has been and how this entire day has kind of felt like purely a Nepali domination, barring just that first game. We've seen the other three teams from Nepal just taking it home. But this is where I think the debate arises, right? Can the Mongolians get one chicken dinner? What do you think, Shadow?
They can. 4MV, they came so very close to it. So yes, we can see one Mongolian team getting the chicken dinner. But in the prediction, I am going with a Nepalese team again. T2K this time.
T2K for you. So, alright. I mean, T2K can do it. They've been showing the signs. But I think I'd want to stick with someone from Mongolia. I think this could be IHC. Let's go with IHC because I feel this is coming, and they've been showing those signs. All they've got to do is just keep their players alive till the top 4, at least till then. Don't try not to engage in those early fights. Try to stay out of danger. Try to stay somewhere in a good spot. And when the time's right, just go knocking at the doors of your enemies and do what they've been doing the best. So we've made our predictions. I don't know. I've got one right already. And a chance for you guys also to make your predictions and let us know. Who do you think is going to win this one, the final game of the evening? As this night, in fact, the SA Legion initially, when we had a lot of the other countries, including us also, it was quite different, right? The scene was quite pretty different. We had different teams, different names, and then suddenly you see that the Mongolians come in and they strike terror in the hearts of their enemies. So everybody was just petrified, terrified of the Mongolians. And then that is where we saw the Nepalis really come in and put forth with the fight. I think SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a lot of those teams, even Abrupt Slayers, Highvoltage, all the old names, right? T2K, they had such an important role to kind of establish that base. And then we kind of saw the Mongolians, the terror was kind of getting reduced a little bit. Then we still had, the top tier teams from that region. We had likes of Zeus, who are now IHC. Now we've had Stalwart for quite some time. We had Seal. They've also changed. A lot of teams have, gone to different. There have been a lot of roster shuffles, but I think Stalwart is one of those teams that has recently made a few changes and the right changes also with getting Mirzed in. I mean, what a beautiful addition that lad has been to the roster, especially when he's come in, when you kind of have to fill in the shoes of the likes of Pika. So that is where the question did arise: is he ready for it? But seems like how he had played such an important role in their victory in the previous PMPL SA, when we kind of felt like maybe this season is not Stalwart, but they again just everybody out there. But yes, enough talk, because it's time to get back in the action and figure for ourselves which team is going to take this one home.
Anyone can. It's just day number 1. Yes, the first Erangel was something unexpected. So many drop collisions were happening, but now teams are more prepared. They are aware of the rotations that might come in. They're avoiding those early drop collisions, those early fights, especially from the second game of the Miramar. That was a slow Miramar, but the Sanhok was a pretty aggressive one. It was a fast one. And let's see where the flight path is going to take us this time, because that is going to decide so many things. Last time we did saw Magnus in a very tricky spot where Magnus was trying to take one player from the vehicle run over during the initial stage of the game, but this time we have the flight path going from the side of Primorsk towards Lipovka. That means all the major cities are easily glidable, but T2K, well, they have a long journey ahead. They have to resort to those vehicles.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. At this point, right, considering how the zone has really panned out, I really want to see where all these teams do tend to drop. Aegon I8, you can see they are kind of heading towards Georgie for medical vibes. Good old military base for them. For Raw, I think they're going to be settling down on the shores. But considering the fact that Novoripnoi is up for grabs, I'm kind of surprised none of those teams have really shown any intentions in trying to take that spot. Magnus, I think, pretty much happy with well, Pachingi. You know, they kind of tend to drop over there. Look at Blade for a moment. Was that intentional for him dropping so late, aloof from his squad? But suddenly, Aegon IH, you know, they've got their eyes lit up because this is like their dream coming true, right? They decide that, yeah, we're going to go a little bit up north, but suddenly you see the zone forming around Quarry. And this is all they could have ever wanted, right? Now, look at that. Right from the very start of the game. And I must say, it's almost, I guess, 50 to 60% of the zone submerged in water.
It's going to be an interesting game. I just love the circle. The very first circle, we can already see, hear a few gunshots being fired. Maybe towards the side of Milta Power, 3x Esports and IHC are locking horns with each other. Or maybe towards Yasna, we'll find out soon. But no, it's Regicide and DRS and Milta Power. Where Regicide, they are falling like pack of dominoes. Avenger, only player standing and down to a sliver of HP. There is no chance he can clutch at this point. At this HP right now, a 1v4 situation, all the three players of DRS charging towards him, and Regicide, they didn't expect this. They have been eliminated, wiped out from the map in a matter of few seconds, few minutes in fact.
Yeah, you could see Rules having that little bit of a smile on his face. Like, alright, you know, they decided to come in, knock on our doors, let them feel a little bit of pain. And Regicide hasn't really been their day, has it? Considering how they've been falling so quickly. And now DRS Gaming, they must be on the way. I think DRS, I must say, has been one of the most consistent teams, right? Especially the way they've been delivering today, every single game. They're not the ones who kind of rush in head on to the battle, really focus on their rotations a lot, and nice IGLing, I must say. That's for sure. Illuminate, I mean, they've had not the best day because I've seen better out of Illuminate. And I can feel that they're not playing in the natural habitat, right? Because we've seen Illuminate be one of those teams in the SA region who kind of tends to really goes up to pick up a lot of fights, never shies down from a battle. And yeah, they've won one elimination, but also have been dealt with a casualty. So not really the ideal trade-off you would want to have so early into the game, especially when you have such an atrocious circle forming in front of you. I8, you know, this is pretty much their game to lose, and they're one of those teams that are quite stable, they're looking quite solid, and could end the day on a really good note.
Oh yes, they can seal this game. Everything is working in their favor. This change in drop location is working in their favor, but things are not working in their favor for 3x Esports, as Mom 2 has been taken down, and IHC, this time IHC is locking horns with them. 3x Esports, well, day number 1 is not in their favor, I'll have to say. They have to find something different out of the box for day number 2 if they want to propel themselves up in the standings. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this time they are in the city of Yasna, again having a drop collision happening with Quantum Rage. In match number 1 also, we saw both the teams suffered heavy casualties when they were going up against each other. This time they're prioritizing the resources, they're grabbing those necessary loot because of two reasons. Yes, they don't want to have a bad start. They don't want to have a bad start in the last game. At the same time, the circle is also so far away, but IHC, they are going for this fight. They're hunting for the players of 3x Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, they might do the same, right? IHC, they always love doing that. They find their opponent at their weakest, and Miracle, what choices does he have rather than facing his fate and being clobbered down? Ziol, in fact, showing no mercy over there. Capitalizes on Demo's knock, and now Godless is hungry for more. And this is where IHC overstep a little bit, and that kind of has been the cause for concern for them on multiple occasions.
But they have good defeat points, 2 defeat points, already a good start. Yes, they have to be a little cautious. Yes, DRS is in the close proximity, and 3x Esports as well, and IHC Esports. They don't have enough resources also fixers in their hands. They don't have enough med kits. They need that secondary loot because the primary loot is not enough to survive for very long. And empty bags can't stand upright for a very long time. But IHC, are they barging onto the compound? Yes, they are going to breach into the compound of 3x Esports, where Zabaf and Cairo are there. A pre-cooked grenade takes a hefty HP out of Zeol. A 2v3 situation for 3x Esports. Zarbav goes down and Cairo on a 40 HP. What can he do in this situation? And Demo with a UMP 45 in close range, but the blue is also closing in, and Demo with the grenade might be looking for the confirmation point on the last player, 3x Esports. They are in a very tricky spot, but Cairo is still fighting with that S12K. Takes on Zeol over there, but Demo right in the nick of time, but not able to save his teammate, but take the revenge, and 3x Esports has been eliminated. 4 defeat points, but a very big casualty. That is Zeol.
Yeah, this tends to happen with IHC, and this is not the first time that we've seen it. I don't know if it could have been avoided, because Cairo pretty much knew his fate. He was about to be taken down. Might as well just secure a point off and cause a big hurdle, as suddenly MABETEX come in, knocking on the doors of Raw. Officials over here claw in a whole world of trouble, just being surrounded from all the sides. But little he could do in that situation. Kese has been knocked out, but it's fine. He can get himself back up, because right now what MABETEX have done is rotated pretty early on. They did not want to take their chances. Decided that this is the right time. We might find some players of Raw, just scattered out a little bit. If they had done, I think they've done their homework, right? They realized that they kind of tend to stay aloof from each other in a very early game. And yeah, might as well capitalize on that and get that finish, take over this compound, take over this territory, because we've also got a few other players coming in, right? Now NB Esports, they're kind of hovering around just the quarry areas, on the jungle. So that's going to be interesting to see how they play around that. Yeta Uta, however, is playing around Primos. Now Primos is suddenly one of the hot spots. Property rates definitely might have risen up over there, because it's quite rare to see such a circle. But from the hunch that I'm getting, I think this is going a little north towards Quarry, right? Somewhere around where T2K are, or maybe a little towards that western side, maybe.
Possibility. Yes, it might not go towards Primorsk, but it might go towards Ferry Pier. The circle has taken an eastern shift this time, where the players of 7th element are there. 4MV, they're also trying to cross that bridge and might be looking for some action. But I yet see this time they are going for a very late rotation. DRS also in the blue, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also in the blue. Even in the map of Sanhok, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were going for a very late rotation. They are trying to capitalize on those placement points, not engage any kind of unnecessary fight. But the way the teams are trying to move inside the center of the circle, there is a possibility of having too many third parties, especially for the players of MABETEX Esports, NB Esports. Even the players of NB Esports, they're not able to show a very aggressive performance which they showcased in SA finals. So big things are expected from a team like NB Esports. But right now, MABETEX Esports, well, Valley has been taken down, and Raw official Kancha was looking for some more action, but now he's on the receiving end. And MABETEX Esports, at this distance, Raw officials, they can't do too much damage towards MABETEX.
All right. And now, considering the position that we were in, Magnus need to get their players back alive. T2K having their own troubles. Chain has been knocked out. Sandesh going up for that revival, but Suyogs, attempt at trying to create that flank. It's been revealed. Now Magnus kind of have anticipated what's coming up for them. So accordingly, they will have to kind of reposition. And this is such a crucial battle, right? This is a battle for a really good spot inside the circle. And this is where Magnus, I think they're taking the higher road. They're kind of retreating. They realize they might be out in the open. So it's better to keep the numbers than sort of engage in an open area where it just could not be T2K. It could be somebody else also chiming in and taking down on the numbers. But T2K still not 100% sure that Magnus have eloped. Still making all the corners checked from their side, and Rig, in fact, has figured it out. So for now, I mean, T2K in a good position. Did lose out on one of their players getting knocked out, but have managed to finally bring him back up. But I'm starting to wonder if Jane really has any first aids. Does he though?
He can borrow. He can borrow from his teammate, I think, because he has not patched himself up. Rig is having enough to lend Jane one. But T2K, yes, they do have a good compound to their name, but Magnus Esports might try and challenge them. And look at that, Tanatan with that vehicle in such a close proximity to Gyante, and Gyante with that UMP shots is definitely giving away his position. But at the same time, the backline support is there for Tanatan. So Gyante, you are in a very tricky spot. You have to escape from this situation, regroup with your teammates, because Quantum Rage, they are on the other uphill area, and DRS, they are also in the close proximity. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and IHC, look at the position, they are so close to each other. There is a very potential chance that they will lock horns with each other. From the northern side, so many rotations are coming in. SKYLIGHTZ and IHC, Alex has been taken down. At the same time, Agent Mafia Ninja also down on the knees. This is a moment when the players of IHC can rush towards them, but right now their entire focus is towards Nima, giving enough time for the players to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammates. But Godless with the UMP 45, and can he buy some time to go for the revival onto Alex, because suddenly the tables have turned and Godless is the only player remaining.
Yeah, but he's doing the job and ensures that Nima has been wiped out, and No Fear also falls down. Suddenly the tips have turned, and right now AJ also gets picked off. Godless, he's a man showing no mercy, as now he's got that perfect avenue to try and force out that revive. Suddenly SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, after having such a massive advantage, have thrown it off the window. As the blue closes in, Alex needs to patch himself up really quickly as Godless decides to strike terror. AJ also getting back on his knees, needs to administer that first aid as those nades might get flung over, but no, that's not the case, as Mafia Ninja gets isolated from his teammates. But that is going to be enough for him as he just goes rat-ta-ta-ta-ta with his AKM and manages to deal the killer blow, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have survived the inevitable, have somehow managed to deal with IHC.
But now Kancha in a very tricky spot, in a 1v2 situation against the players of 52 Esports, and he's going to deploy some smokes, but the weapon which he's having in his hands, the DBS, it's a doable situation. But the question is, where are the reinforcement? Where are the remaining players of Raw officials? It's a 2v2 situation. If he gets the backup of his teammates, at the same time, 52 Esports, they are also not taking any sort of chance. They're not risking anything. There is no aggro push that is coming from the side of 52 Esports. The smokes are definitely down to deny vision to Kancha over there. The grenades are also coming in, but the team that is in the close proximity who can do third party are NV Esports, but Kancha is ready with that DBS. But do the players of 52 Esports realize what is waiting on the other side? And Kancha with a Molotov trying to delay the push, but Choto comes in, takes Kancha down. He had a DBS in his hands, and with that he has been dealt with, leaving Zodi all by himself. And Raw officials, they are not looking very good with only one man standing.
Indeed. I mean, at this point, you gotta feel bad for him, right? Just hiding inside that murky smoke. The moment, Choto just decided to disrespect it and pushed in, he had no other choice but to run. But that was not gonna happen, right? As we see the circle taking another shift a little towards the ferry pier. And a lot of these teams have already grouped up. Now, considering how I8 are positioned, I kind of really like their spot. But you've got so much of that traffic trying to come in from that western side. Everybody trying to migrate inside the zone in those final few moments. Let's see who prevails supreme for Medical Vibes. For the first time, we're seeing them, just trying to hold on to the spots. It was quite a rare occurrence in even the SA finals when they tried to do something like that. And they eventually got a chicken dinner out of that. So if they could just hold on, keep a leash on their players, maybe this could be their game to win. But for MABETEX, really closing in on the distance against Quantum Rage. Over here, Sipian kind of out of bullets, needs to reload, but also needs to get that revive on his teammate. Magnus have had a tipsy-turvy game where now Zibian out of bullets. Is he gonna run? He is. He is in fact. Drolin now comes under the crosshairs of Sandesh, who shows no mercy in taking them down, as T2K just surrounding Magnus. And finally, in the second time when these two teams locked horns, it was T2K who walked away with a win.
But now T2K, they have a long journey. They are few meters away from the circle, and it's not going to be easy to find a very good spot to hold on to. And Jane is already out of the picture. So T2K, they don't have the numbers. But Quantum Rage, they are coming under heavy fire, especially the grenades that are coming in their direction. And Tanatan just survived, but second, third time lucky. Valley finds a perfect connection, and Senior already out of the picture. Halsey on a sliver of HP. What can he do in this situation? There is no chance that Quantum Rage can survive this wrath of MABETEX Esports, the way the players are charging towards them. Yes, the soft cover is there, and MABETEX Esports, I wonder how many grenades do these lads have? Tanatan has been eliminated by Baron's grenade, and Halsey is hiding in that smoke. From the backlines, Goku is trying to provide the necessary cover, but he doesn't have the perfect angle onto the MABETEX Esports players. Yes, Halsey is still surviving, but for how long? On the other side of the map, we have the players of 4MB also locking horns with the Egonix I8, where Egonix I8, one player has been knocked down, but Goku has been dealt with by the players of T2K. This is a blessing in disguise for the players of MABETEX Esports, and Halsey wastes no time. He had the vehicle and he tried to make a quick escape, but Valley with that M416 is a perfect headshot coming in, and Quantum Bridge with 0 points bids bye-bye.
Yeah, T2K just being a spoil spot over there. I mean, Quantum Rage not really pretty happy with what happened, and yeah, they've been dealt with. But now MABETEX know of the threat that's looming around them. That is going to be in the form of Train to Kill, as they're slowly but surely closing in on the distance, as we have another fight for Medical Vibes taking on the players of Aegon I8. Sandesh, it's got a different angle, but suddenly MABETEX were just deciding to retreat. But those bullets just coming through as Baron's vehicle explodes and takes him down along with that. But now, you know, T2K, this is where they would be wanting to get into a little bit of a commanding position over here. Would want to try and force out that fight. Want to try and bring out the players of MABETEX out of their hiding. Just flush them out and take them down for good. As T2K, you know, they're kind of starting to feel themselves, right? Have been having a really good day so far in the office. NB Esports also, you know, dishing some damage onto the players of Aegon I8. One after the other, the players are falling down. They also have to get inside the circle. And MABETEX, you know, a little bit of a relief for these players, because they've got some really nice zone to play around with, as NB Esports deciding to knock on the doors of Aegon I8 as the final player surviving will be IQ. But how long can he do that for his team as the numbers start fizzling out? One after the other, the knock players are also getting finished off, as Fistboy, Sek, everybody just trying to, you know, just hound out like piranhas in the ocean, trying to search for their prey. Circled him out as IQ just trying to cry and scream for help, but nobody there to listen to his vows and his screams. As now NB Sports decide to hit the final nail in the coffin with Akaza's grenade, as it seals the deal for Aegon I8 as they bow out of the lobby.
NB Esports, without facing any casualty, have managed to get 4 good defeat points in their favor. And talking about 52 Esports, they're holding on to this compound since a very long time. But if they make any sort of noise, it's not just one player, 4 players of NB Esports that will be showing on the doorstep, and Siok running out in the open. But 52 Hassan, well, looks like he's initiating fight against NB Esports, finds one good knock, but it's an outnumbered fight. That is something that 52 Esports need to realize. But Reg is playing very dangerous game, so close to the players of MABETEX Esports. Luckily, he had a vehicle. He's trying to scout the area, trying to lure the players out of the covers, but no information has been gathered up until now. And MABETEX Esports, they also have a dominant control on the territory. Yes, there are a few good ridges to play around with, but they need to watch their 6 as well, because 52 can do a third party.
Oh, they certainly can. And 52 Esports, I think they're one of those teams that I think are playing from circle to circle, right? They're not forcing out unwanted fights. They're respecting the zone as long as they can keep themselves alive. But looks like T2K might be in a little bit of a pickle over here, especially Rig. kind of all by his lonesome in this particular situation as those grenades are being bombarded at his direction. He's done a decent job in trying to keep himself alive as Suyog finally comes through, finds that crucial knock onto it. Sek and Akaza, Fistboy, Mondo, everybody taking that damage. And suddenly Rick finds that golden opportunity, tries to close in from the right. If he can go a little bit towards the right even further, then might get an angle on maybe Mondo and Akaza. As NB, they decide that this is not the right spot, and they kind of have dug their own graves over here in trying to choose this situation, because yes, the circle's starting to close in, and with that, NB Esports, they've already lost out on one of their men, and might lose out on Fistboy also, because T2K, they are showing no mercy over here, as NB Esports, I think, just a few grenades away from getting extinct from the server, as even MABETEX have decided to capitalize on this opportunity.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are. With Baron such close proximity to NB Esports, one perfect grenade and NB Esports, all the three players will be down to very little HP right on the face of Akaze. Baron takes him down with a grenade. A follow-up grenade should be coming in, and Fistboy down to a sliver of HP. NB Esports, how will they survive this barrage of grenades and molotovs from the side of MABETEX Esports? On the other side, T2K, they have their own worries in the name of 7th Element, who are trying to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. And all these teams, well, MABETEX Esports, they can gatekeep NB Esports. At the same time, T2K and deny an entry inside the circle and grab too many elimination points for themselves. Akaze is still bleeding out, and Fistboy, he needs to patch himself up with only one mid-kit remaining fixes.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, NB Esports, considering they're out of the zone, this is going to be such a troublesome situation for them. And I think Fistboy, what he's trying to do is try and draw some attention so that you know, his teammate can get inside the blue, at least for Fistboy. He's just trying to scout out an area where he can comfortably settle in. As T2K, they finally figured out that 7th Element, they were trying to close in, trying to act a little smart, a little cheeky, but sniffed them out and have taken down one of their players. Now 3 smokes have been laid down, around which one of their players must be hiding. Sandesh has some cover to work with, is yet to fire the shots, still looking for players of 7th Element. 2 more remaining, as 2 have already bitten the dust. As now MABETEX kind of trying to gatekeep the zone over here, not really letting anybody come through. As for Miracle Vibes, they're kind of holding on to their dear life. How often do you see, Shadow, that it's already, you know, 20 plus minutes up into the game, and for Miracle Vibes haven't got a single eliminations on board?
I think it's the first time. It's the first time, but now they are initiating a fight against the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. At the same time, T2K, they were not anticipating this, and they lost Rick and Jane in the process. So Sandesh is going to retaliate with a Molotov against the side of 7th Element. But from the back lines, MABETEX Esports comes in. Valley takes on Sandesh, but CO finds a perfect trade onto Valley over there. And now IA, they're peppering few bullets in the direction of 4MV. And 4MV, let's see, 2 defeat points already in their favor. 7th Element is still surviving as a 2-man army on the northern periphery of the circle. They need to be a bit cautious about MABETEX Esports. And MABETEX, they're controlling this entire circle fixes. The way they're grabbing those elimination points for themselves, already 9 elimination and not a single casualty. So the synergy between the players is already on point.
Yeah, I really love the decision making of MABETEX. Right, they realize that you know, just getting eliminations is not gonna win you games, right? Of course, if you're a little bit patient, if you hold on to better spots, then you gonna get better outcomes, and that is exactly what they're doing at this given moment over here. As Illuminate finally finding you know, the persona in right now. I mean, not the best of the games in terms of the elimination numbers, but if you've made it to the top 5, that is going to boost your morals, especially considering it's the final game for the night, and a good top 3 position might really help you in trying to propel yourself back in the top 5 in the overall standings. It seems like Woofus has managed to sense a threat, has spotted one of those players of 7th Element, but considering the spot that he is in, kind of a little bit exposed, right? If 7th Element take a little bit of a gander towards that left-hand side, I think Woofus is a dead man walking.
I agree, but from the backlines, 4MV is coming. They are going to challenge this compound. If not challenge the compound, at least they're going to challenge the players of I8. And with MABETEX and 7th element right in front of them, there is a chance of a multiple third party happening. And 52, sooner or later, they have to leave the safety of the compound because the circle is not in their favor. And from the looks of it, looks like this is the game for MABETEX Esports. This is their game to lose. The way they're having the complete northern control, and all these teams, they have to cross that little road area. They have to come out in the open, and Leo was placed perfectly to take Hassan over there down. And 50 Esports left with only one player. I8, will they be able to defend the compound? I don't think so. They don't have the numbers. But for him, the day is not going entirely in their favor. Only 2 defeat points, but they have made it inside top 5.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that's a good news for them. In it, I mean, I'm really happy even for the lads of 52 Esports, because coming in from Pakistan, and they are playing so well. We've seen them do wonders even in the past, but there were a lot of roster changes, and seems like they're making things work out. But right now, under dire circumstances, and got pincered in from 2 different sides. From one area, you had For Medical Vibes and MABETEX also from the other side, and this is where For Medical Vibes have decided to kind of knock on the doors of Illuminate. Now this is where, you know, I'm kind of worried. How do they make it? They need to find that individual knock, but Woofis in fact decides to strike, and he strikes with 2 players being out of the equation, and just lobbing those grenades into smokes. I mean, Kobe definitely must be proud of him.
East has been taken down, and Woofis gets entirety of 4MV out of the picture. Perfect grenade came from the side of Sky over there, and looks like IA, they're also challenging the players of MABETEX Esports.
Oh, they indeed. Now it has come down to the final 3, right? We've got 7th element, their best game so far, have made it to the top 3, and suddenly, all right, T24 is kind of knocked out. Woofis wanted to capitalize on that opportunity, but what he has just done right now is something going to haunt For Medical Vibes for the rest of the night. You don't see them picked off like that quite often, do you? As MABETEX finally decide to take over the match, as they are ever so close. Finally, a Mongolian team just a finish away from getting the chicken dinner, as Ashad, he's been spotted out in the open, and Leo dishes out that final blow. And in doing so, MABETEX, they have secured quite a valuable winner chicken dinner.
Oh, they did. Earlier, they used to get it in the map of Miramar, and finally, they are stepping up in Erangel as well. And now they are sitting on the top spot in the overall ranking with 24 points and 14 elimination. They were annihilating the entire lobby.
कुछ दोस्त आपके लिए गिफ्ट लाए हैंगे।
अरे वाह!
आजाद नगरी डोंकी राजा
तो बस हमारा शाही लिबास PUBG मोबाइल पे पहन लिया जाए।
सिर्फ PUBG मोबाइल पर।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now welcome back. Another beautiful chicken dinner for MABETEX Esports. As now we've got, well, the Mongolians finally settling in, right? And, you know, this is where, now I was kind of feeling it, right? The Mongolians had to strike it. We had the Pakistanis winning it. We had Nepalis dominating throughout the day. And it was such an, close game, right? But by the virtue of the fact that MABETEX decided to choose such a nice spot, so much, nice terrain control around them, so many bridges to play around, and they had it all covered, right? Were the opportunistic ones where they saw that the enemy could be posing a threat, they instantly terminated that. And as a result, towards the end, it was not a lot remaining, because Woofis did the majority of the heavy lifting, because took down the wolves that are out there, right? For Medical Vibes, just being blown into smithereens with all those grenades. I think that was job well done. Seventh Element, I think quite a nice survival game from their side. Made it to the top 2. Kudos to them.
Yeah, seventh element, at least they're getting good placement points this time. On the other side, MABETEX Esports, I believe the moment they eliminated the entirety of Quantum Rage, they had a very good control on the northern front. The only threat that could have been was the player of T2K, and all thanks to seventh element, they did enough damage towards their side. So it was only one player remaining from T2K after eliminating him. Also, I think MABETEX Esports, there was no stopping to them, and Valley, kudos to him, the way he was able to bring those opening 7th elimination to his name. The damage that he was dishing out is 708 perfect stats, 3 assists, 5 knocks, and Valley has always been impressive. Even in the SF finals, he was always impressive.
Yeah, I think quite an old player in the circuit, and Wally, we've seen him from a lot of the other teams. I think he's finally starting to come through, right? Because especially when you've got so many of those giants from Mongolia, it's quite difficult to always have your presence felt. But this time was not the case, as Wally just took over. 7 eliminations, 708 points of damage. As we take a look at the top players, where we've got again 3 players of MABETEX in the fray, and Choto again coming into the fray. So quite a young player from Pakistan, and I think for the first time I get to see him in the SA Championship, and this man has certainly been impressing me.
Oh yes, the way he was holding on to that bridge area, the cliff in the map of Sanhok. This time also he was guarding that compound for a very long time after eliminating, I believe it was Claw from the side of Raw officials. Yes, it was Claw. After eliminating him, had a good control over that barn houses of Ferry Pier. So yes, Godless also from the side of IHC. But Godless has always been the impressive one. This time 3 elimination, but a very high damage number. So IHC, yes, not too much survival time although, but still a good gameplay in terms of the elimination points which IHC accumulated from this one.
Yeah, I think considering how things have went on, MABETEX have pretty much taken over, right? Just like the previous game, but it was a different team there. But now Hassan, he's managed to do the highest healing. That's it. That's pretty much there. But yes, the highest eliminations for Wally, Baron having the highest damage along with the assists, and Wally and Baron. This is one of those combinations that we have also come to laugh across the time. I think we had seen them in SKYLIGHTZ previously. Now in a newer org, they're doing phenomenal as well. As we take a look at the match rankings, folks, and this is where we find out, how did these teams perform, right? Illuminate and MABETEX, both of them, Illuminate especially getting those 5 eliminations, and 7th Element, considering the fact that they were kind of playing that survival game, they kind of did manage to come through with that 3rd spot. But MABETEX, look at that, 24 points, and that was all they needed to seize that 1st spot in the overall rankings.
Yes, now they are on the top, and I8 also, they got 10 points for themselves in this one. 7th Element, good placement points, but they still need to work on those elimination points because of the change in the point structure. Placement points are not enough to keep you in top 5, but now you have to be in top 16 to qualify for the finals. T2K, again, a very aggressive gameplay coming in from their side. 8 total points to their name, but Quantum Rage and Reggie's side, again, a very bad start of this one. Not a good game. 3x Esports, again, their misery continues, just a single point to the name, so right on the bottom. In the overall ranking, well, MABETEX Esports, like you said, sitting on the top with 51 points.
Yeah, I think, considering how the overall rankings have been, MABETEX right at the top, at 51 points. DRS, I think a little few loose games towards the end kind of caused them to be at the 2nd spot, because considering how consistent they were, I felt they had the chance to finish right up top.
Well, they had DRS, the so very consistent team. Even the players of Highvoltage DC, as compared to SF finals, this time they are looking so very impressive. 41 points to their name. Egonix I8 also 31 points to their name. Yes, they started the day on a very good note by getting a chicken dinner for themselves in the very first Erangel, but in between they started falling down. But overall, a very impressive performance from their side as well.
Yeah, but things did not look really sunny for the likes of 3x and even NB, who kind of managed to redeem themselves in those past couple of fights. We did see them racking a few points here and there, but I think it's still pretty much out in the open. And not quite often do you see Stalwart Esports at the second page of the overall standings. And I think one of those areas where they really need to work upon is quite evident. Their placement points. That's absurd, right? Just 2 is what they've gotten. So tomorrow, I think the homework for all these teams would be to try and get themselves in some better positions, even for the likes of SKYLIGHTZ, Magnus, 52 Esports. I think the last few games, that Sanhok and that Erangel, they did bounce back. 7th Element also, by the virtue of that last game in Erangel, they've racked up quite some points. So every team is putting their A game up. But for the front runners, we could clearly see, right? MABETEX, it had been DRS doing quite a lot. Egon ID started off with Shebang, but sometimes in a little bit of a dicey situation and not being able to convert things around. But a quick look at how MABETEX and their players have performed throughout the evening. So Wally, being the front runner, has been the tip of the spear for this squad, has the highest eliminations. But when it comes to damage, it has been Baron, or in fact, it has been Leo out there who's got the highest numbers. And I think this squad is looking quite solid entering into the SA Championships finals, which are just a couple of days away.
Oh, they're looking very strong. They've always been strong. Even in SA finals, MABETEX Esports showcased not finals, I think it was a league stage. Yes, during the league plays, MABETEX Esports, they were looking so very strong. But this time they are coming with a change. There is a change in the drop location. There is a change in the play style as well. And that is working in the favor of MABETEX Esports. But in the elimination leaders, yes, Valley is leading the chart with 12 elimination of his own and a very high damage number. Killer YT from DRS. They were very consistent today. 12 eliminations to Killer YT, and Leo OP from MABETEX again having 11 elimination and a high damage number.
Yeah, I think DRS, the way they performed, coming in, getting that chicken dinner, Killer YT had such a pivotal role to play, right? And even for Leo, he's been there. Doc, despite the fact that for Medical Vibes haven't been receiving a lot of success, still has kept there on the charts. But taking a quick look at the day summary, as it has clearly been a Nepali domination out here. Out of the 5 games we had, 3 were won by the Nepali teams, with DRS, Highvoltage DC and Leo Esports respectively getting their chicken dinners in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th game. And Igon I8, they had started off with a bang but could not keep it up. But MABETEX, I think they were somewhere around that 4th and 5th spot, and in that final game, that is where they exploded and played a really nice game and eventually ended the day with a victory.
Well, they had a very good game in match number 3 as well. In the second Erangel, match 3, they came on the 3rd spot. So MABETEX Esports, yes, they had a very good day. It's not just the last game that they showcased a good performance. Every game, they were grabbing either the elimination points or the placement points. So yes, they were impressive. In the map of Miramar as well, the way they were engaging in so many fights with the players of IHC, Highvoltage, yes, they were looking very impressive. The change in the drop location is definitely working in their favor, but for day number 2 they have to be prepared, because now all the teams, they have a little bit of the read about the change in drop location, change in the rotations, everything. Now they are looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I think this is something that we witness, especially when you have got a lot of flavors culminating together, right? When you've got the Pakistanis also making their way into the SA Championship, yeah, a lot of rotations are bound to change. And that is exactly what the teams have done, which was just a glimpse of what we have throughout, till the 14th of May. That is going to be the final day. But yeah, pretty much a nice start to the day. It was, again, like we said, the Nepalis coming in really strong. A lot of those favorites, in fact, the winners of the SA PMPL Stalwart Esports kind of felt a little lagging behind. A little bit of a glitch in the matrix, I believe. Because I know from the players, because they have done the unthinkable during the SA finals. The final 2 days is something that is still reeling across my mind right now. And this is something that Stalwarts has done even in the past. And few other teams, you have really high expectations from, haven't really managed to step up yet. NB Esports, I think they're one of those teams that you would be really looking forward to, along with the likes of Magnus. So much to happen, but yes, this was just the final day, and with that we are done with all the games for the evening. Of course, Shadow and I, we're going to be calling it a night. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow. Till then, all of you guys, take care and have a good night.
Show